Random House Audiobooks presents The Right Hand of Evil by John Saul. Read for you by Lee Merriweather.
The Right Hand of Evil. Prologue. Alive. It was still alive. She could feel it inside her. It was moving again, twisting and writhing in her belly. She had hoped it would die. Hoped and prayed. Since the moment she first felt it inside her, she'd fallen to her knees begging God to deliver her from the evil within her. Disease. Truly, that was what it was. An illness cast upon her in retribution for sin so vile that she had repressed even their faintest memory. Dear God, why hast thou forsaken me? The words were enough to drive the life within her wild. It sent her screaming and stumbling from the house, where she dropped to her knees. She struggled back to her feet and stood staring at the house. She had thought it beautiful once, with its high-peaked roof and many gables, the broad veranda, the shutters and gingerbread. Now, though, she saw the fancy work for what it was, a mask, peeling back to reveal the slatternly face of a whore. A whore like me. The words rose unbidden. The evil within her tested its strength, and the woman's body convulsed. She staggered forward, driven by pain. At the foot of the steps leading to the veranda and the cavernous rooms beyond, she stopped. Not inside. The certain knowledge that something was different, had changed since she fled outside, made her turn away. Behind. It's behind the house. The woman slowly groped her way around to the back of the house. The sun beat down on her. Then she saw it. Her hands rose reflexively to her face. Then she gazed unblinking at the specter beneath the ancient magnolia tree. It was the man she had married. The man who had brought her to this house, the man who had delivered the disease upon her. Now he was gone, his body stripped naked, hung from the lowest branch of the tree, a thick hemp rope knotted tightly around his neck. His head hung at an unnatural angle, and his lifeless eyes were fixed upon her. The knife with which he'd slit open his own belly was still clutched in his right hand, and his entrails lay in a bloody tangle below his dangling feet. He had found his escape. He had left her alone, alone with the disease. Nearly doubled over by terror and revulsion, the woman lurched toward the shelter of the house. Muttered words tumbled from her lips. Hide. Got to hide. Hide from him. Hide from it. The corruption inside leaped to life again, and she obeyed the dictates of the foulness within. A door opened before her, and she stumbled, then fell. Her body slammed against the coldness of the cellar floor. She lay still. And now the final agony, the agony she had always known would come. Every muscle in her body cramped. Limbs thrashing, she was engulfed by the growing pain. No! The cry of anguish burst from her. For a long time she lay unmoving, as the fire withdrew, leaving at last an absence of pain. She pulled herself up and gazed at the tiny thing that lay between her legs. The baby stretched its tiny arms, reaching toward her. The woman stared at it, then picked it up. She cradled it in her left arm, and with the fingers of her right hand she stroked its face. Then her fingers closed around its neck. She began to squeeze. As her fingers tightened, she heard herself say the familiar words, "Our Father, who art in heaven." The baby thrashed against her grasp, its fingers instinctively pulling at her own. "Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us." The baby's tiny fingers fell away from hers. Its struggles weakened. "Deliver us from evil." The movement stopped. The infant lay still in her hands. Amen. They found her just after sunset. She was still praying. But of the baby, there was no trace to be found. Indeed, it was as if it had never existed at all. She offered no resistance as they put her in the ambulance. As it drove away, she did not look back. Her face was serene. She hummed softly to herself. Deliverance, finally, was hers. September. Janet Conway felt the first flush of humiliation even before the clerk spoke. "The credit limit is exceeded." She felt her face redden with embarrassment. She scanned the meager pile of supplies, 5 tubes of paint. She really needed only the cobalt. And she could do without 2 of the brushes, but the other one was absolutely necessary. More necessary than food for tonight? "I'm sure it's just a mix-up," she told the clerk. "I'll pick these things up this afternoon." As she strode out into the sweltering Louisiana morning, she felt the clerk's gaze following her. Though the market was her next stop, she turned the car in the opposite direction, deciding it was more important to deal with the credit card issue right now than to put it off until Ted came home from work. If he came home, she thought, which was an everyday question. The Majestic Hotel might have been the pride of Shreveport, as its marquee proudly proclaimed once upon a time, but once upon a time had been a long time ago. She parked in front of the ugly brick building, hesitated, then pushed open the dirt-filmed glass door into the lobby. The desk clerk gave her a brief nod. "He ain't in his office, Miss Conway." He cocked his head toward the bar. "He's on break." The desk clerk's lips twisted into a knowing smirk. "Been on break for about an hour now." She veered off toward the bar, and a moment later stepped into its smoky interior. 6 early drinkers littered the length of the bar. Spotting her husband, Janet took a stance in front of Ted with her arms crossed. It happened again. She could tell by Ted's expression that he knew exactly what she was talking about. He at least didn't try to deny it. "I ran short of cash. All I put on it was 100. "But it was 100 more than we could afford," Janet objected. "Look, honey, I'm really sorry, but you know how it is." "No, I don't know how it is. I don't know why you keep on drinking up your paycheck every week when we barely have enough money to pay the rent and eat, let alone keep the cars running and keep me in art supplies." "If you earned enough with your paintings, maybe I wouldn't have to pay for the supplies," he began, but she didn't let him finish. "The last 3 canvases I sold paid off the credit cards and bought the kids their Christmas presents. And if I have to, I can borrow some money from Keith at the gallery. And if I have to borrow money from Keith, you better believe I'm going to tell him why I need it. Is that what you want, Ted? Do you want me to start telling everyone why the credit cards are maxed out?" "I'll stop. I swear to God, hon, I won't have another drink until every bill we have is paid off." He pulled out his wallet and handed her all the cash he had. "Take it all. Maybe it'll be enough for whatever you need." Janet shook her head. "It's not the money, Ted. It's you. I don't want your money. I want you." Janet fled the dim bar, emerging into the light and heat of the morning. "At least I didn't cry," she told herself as she got back into the Toyota. But as she drove away, the tears finally overcame her. Cora Conway had been awaiting death for years. Long ago, she supposed there must have been a time when she welcomed life, but memories of those times had long since faded away. Day after day, she lay on her back on the bed and stared at the ceiling, and waited as the days passed. She had no idea when the fog had begun to gather. The fog, she thought, was death, edging close. And so she began to prepare herself, begging forgiveness for sins grown remote and indistinct. As the fog grew denser, she began to look for death, began to seek it out, searching the gray mists for the dark spirit she knew would soon emerge. This morning, she had finally seen it. In her mind, Cora had always seen the figure of death clad in black, its eyes glowering coldly out of a skeletal face all but lost in the folds of its hood. But the angel who now approached her wore no hood. The folds of its shroud flowed gracefully around it in shimmering waves of silver, and a radiant smile bathed its face. Its arms were spread wide, as if to enfold her in a comforting embrace. The horror Cora had always felt toward death began to crumble as the luminous figure approached. Instinctively, her fingers moved to the tiny golden cross that hung from a thin chain around her neck, and she recalled the words of the person who had placed it upon her. This will protect you. Never let it go until the angel comes for you. Now, as the figure moved closer, the swirling dark fog seemed to lift. Cora pulled open the nightstand. She rummaged through the litter, searching for the single object that she knew she must find. When the nurse found her, Cora tried to explain what she was looking for, but the words wouldn't come. Darkness closed around her, and she thought she heard the spirit's voice whispering that it was time for her to go. Cora's lips worked. "Ted, I want, please, Ted." A great sigh escaped Cora Conway's lungs, and she lay still. Ted came home that evening after 11, his face flushed, his step unsteady, and his eyes bloodshot from drinking. Janet was alone in the living room. 15-month-old Molly had been tucked into her crib hours earlier, and 15-year-old twins Kim and Jared had escaped the heat by going to a movie. "I quit that stinking job today," Ted announced as he confronted her, a beer clutched in his right hand. "Did someone offer you something better?" she asked. He dropped onto the sofa. "Just couldn't take Frank Gilman any longer. Man's a dumbass." "Well, I'm sure you'll find something else," Janet offered, but Ted recognized her ploy. His eyes narrowed. "Don't patronize me." The phone rang. She stood up to answer it. "May I speak to Ted Conway, please?" a woman asked. "This is Mrs. Conway," she replied. "I'm sorry to call you so late. This is Lucille Mathers from the Willows in St. Albans. I'm calling about Cora Conway. I think your husband should come down here." Hanging up the phone, Janet told Ted about Cora's request. "Why the hell should I go see Aunt Cora? She's crazy as a loon and always has been. What am I supposed to do about her?" "For God's sake, Ted. She's dying, and you're the only family she's got." "So? What's she ever done for me?" No more, Janet thought as she lay beside him an hour later. Though Jared and Kim had come in and had gone to bed and undoubtedly right to sleep, she herself was still wide awake, listening to Ted's heavy breathing. Something was going to have to change. She couldn't live this way any longer. None of them could. Jared and Kimberly were thinking exactly the same thing. How come we've never been here before? The long drive southeast from Shreveport had been made in silence, but now as they drove into the town of St. Albans, the tension in the car finally began to ease, mostly because the scene unfolding before them was so completely unexpected, at least for Jared and Kimberly. St. Albans was where Aunt Cora lived, locked away in a sanitarium. Even when the twins were very small, they'd imagined what it must look like. The St. Albans of their fantasies was no less grim than their imaginings about the sanitarium. In their minds, St. Albans was all but deserted, most of the population, of course, having been confined to the sanitarium. What they now saw was even more surprising. The little town appeared almost out of nowhere as they came around a bend. The road widened as it came into St. Albans and became a boulevard. Everywhere the influence of New Orleans was clear, from the gated facades that promised courtyards behind to the ornately worked wrought iron that decorated second-floor balconies. "It looks sort of like the French Quarter," Jared said. "But a lot duller," his father observed darkly. "It's beautiful," Kim breathed as her father turned left after driving 2 more blocks. Then, in the next block, placed in the center of a large lawn, she saw a sign, "The Willows at St. Albans." The sanitarium was a white limestone structure whose core section rose 2 stories. Ted pulled the car to a stop in a parking area. Inside, they found a comfortable reception area. A gray-haired woman wearing a small white badge that identified her as Beatrice Lebec looked up. "I'm so glad you're able to come. Mrs. Conway's been waiting for you." She pointed toward a set of double doors. "The 3rd room on the right in East 2. "Can the children wait here?" Janet asked. "Of course. If the 2 older ones want to see their aunt, I can look after the little one," producing a bright red lollipop. As her youngest daughter picked at the wrapper of the lollipop, Janet turned to the older children. "Why don't you wait here until we find out if she's well enough to see you?" As their parents disappeared behind the double doors to East 2, Kim and Jared looked at each other. None of it was anything like what they'd expected. Not the town, not the sanitarium. "Our, Aunt Cora," Jared began uncertainly. "Is she really crazy?" "She's very old," the receptionist replied. "And she's been very alone. But is she crazy?" She fell silent, then her head moved in a slow nod. "Now that I think about it, I hope she is." Ted and Janet smelled death in the air. It seemed they were too late. Surely no life could remain in the still and shrunken figure that lay in the bed. Then there was a rasping gurgle. Cora Conway's eyes opened, slowly scanning the room. At last they came to rest on Ted Conway. "Stay away. Stay away from here." Janet lay her hand on the old woman's shoulder. "It's all right, Aunt Cora." The old woman struggled to formulate words. "The children. I want to see the children." Janet hesitated, but Cora's eyes locked onto her own. Bring them to me." Janet covered Cora's clutching hand with her own reassuring one. "I'll get them. I'll be right back." "I'll, stay with Molly," Ted said, following her back out to the reception area. On the way back to Cora's room, Janet tried to prepare Jared and Kim, but the moment the twins stepped into the room, she knew she needn't have worried. The twins went directly to the bed. "Aunt Cora, I'm Kim. It's so nice to finally meet you." Cora Conway's eyes fixed on Kim, then shifted to Jared. Finally, the boy extended his hand as if to touch her. "I'm Jared," he began, but Cora cut him off, shrinking from his touch. Conway, I can see it. Stay away from here." Jared tried again. "It's all right, Aunt Cora," this time placing his hand gently on her shoulder. Cora twitched away. Go now." Jared turned and hurried from the room. Cora pulled herself up in the bed. "Wear this." Her hands fumbled with the chain around her neck. "Let me help you," Janet offered, moving closer. Cora shook her head. "Kimberly must do it." Exhausted, Cora lay still as her great niece carefully unfastened the clasp and lifted the chain from the old woman's neck. As the tiny golden cross hung before her, Cora reached out for it, then dropped her hand onto the coverlet. "Put it on." Kim carefully put the chain around her own neck, fastened it, then touched the small gold cross. "There's another one in the drawer." Cora waited as Kim opened the drawer, then found a second cross. "For the little one." Both mother and daughter could see the tension draining from the old woman's body. "It will protect you, just as it protected me. Don't ever take it off." Suddenly she extended both arms as if to welcome and embrace. Her smile broadened, and the years seemed to fall away from her. Before either Janet or Kim could move toward her, Cora's hands dropped back to her sides. With a long sigh, she relaxed into her pillows, her eyes closing. Her breathing stopped. Then Kim sensed the light in the room had changed, muted into a golden glow. "Beautiful," she thought. "So beautiful." "I'll take Molly's cross," Janet said quietly. "When she's old enough, we'll give it to her together and tell her where it came from." As she was leaving, Kim turned to look back. The soft, serene light had vanished. The golden glow, like her Aunt Cora, had gone, and now the room seemed dark and cold. So cold it made Kim shudder. All the funeral arrangements had been made long ago. "She had some very good days, you know," B. Lebec explained as she gave Ted the letter in which all of his aunt's plans were laid out. "Really, all you need to do is contact Bruce Wilcox, your aunt's attorney." The receptionist dialed the lawyer's number, then handed the receiver to Ted. 10 minutes later, with Janet and Kim back in the reception area, Ted repeated what the lawyer had told him.
There's some kind of trust. I'm not sure I understand it, but this guy Wilcox says Aunt Cora tried to break it a long time ago and couldn't.
Janet's eyes clouded. Why did she want to break it?
Wilcox says she wanted to get rid of the house, but apparently that was the whole point of the trust, to keep the house in the family.
So we've inherited a house? Ted shook his head.
What we've got, the way Wilcox explained it, is the right to live in a house.
They gazed at it in silence. Their eyes moved over the massive structure that stood amidst an acre of land overgrown with weeds. Besides the enormous gabled building, there was also a large carriage house. Though most of the windows were intact, the paint had peeled away from the clapboard siding, and the smashed roofing slates testified to the water damage they might expect inside. Kudzu vines had threaded their way through the great willows, oaks, and magnolias that dotted the property. Tendrils had established a hold on one of the half-dozen gables that pierced the steeply pitched Victorian roof 3 stories above them. But more than the broken windows, the fallen slates, the peeling paint, and kudzu, there was an atmosphere hanging over the house, a dark melancholy that all of them felt. It was finally Molly who spoke.
"Wanna go home."
"In a little while," Janet promised.
I wonder what the inside looks like,
Ted mused, starting to pick his way through the weeds toward the broad front porch. "Is it even safe to go up there?" Janet fretted. "What if the porch collapses?"
It's not going to. They built these old places to last. When you think about it, it's not in such bad shape, considering it's 125 years old and no one's lived in it for the last 40 years.
"It doesn't look like anyone's even been inside it," Janet replied. Ted winked at Jared.
What do you think, son? You game?
Jared's reply was to start ripping his way through the tangle before gingerly testing the strength of the old wood.
"Dad's right. It's fine."
Ted tried the keys Bruce Wilcox had given him and found a fit on the third one. The door, a huge slab of ornately paneled and molded oak, swung slowly open. Inside the front door was a large entry hall with arched double doors leading into 2 enormous rooms, one of which had apparently been the living room. The other looked to Ted as if it must have been a reception room for the porte cochere. At the far end of the entry hall was a graceful staircase that swept up to a small landing. The stairs split at the landing, leading in opposite directions to the symmetrical wings of a mahogany-railed mezzanine that provided access to the rooms on the second floor. Suspended from the vaulted roof of the entry hall was an ornate chandelier. Flanking the base of the staircase were 2 more corridors leading to more doors. From the front of the house there was no way even to guess what might be at the back. For the next half hour they picked their way through the house. On the first floor, in addition to the living room and reception room, they found a dining room easily large enough for a table to seat 24, a library, a kitchen and pantry, and several smaller chambers. A conservatory constructed of 3 glass walls surmounted by an enormous glass dome extended from the northern side of the house. The skylight was miraculously unbroken. It was on the second floor that Kim felt it. Suddenly, her skin was crawling. She jumped, and the sensation vanished. Steadying herself against the mahogany railing, she glanced around for Jared. He seemed to have disappeared. Then, a few paces away, she saw a door standing slightly ajar and knew her brother must have gone into the room beyond it. She started toward the door, and felt it again. This time, it was an icy cold chill that fell over her. She tried to call out to Jared. A terrible panic rose in her as the cold tightened its grip. With no warning, the house itself had taken on a menacing quality.
"Kim? Hey, Kim, what's wrong?"
The word startled her. She spun around to find Jared gazing worriedly at her.
"What's wrong? How come you call me?"
For a split second, Kim didn't trust herself even to speak. But then the strange sensations were gone.
I didn't call you."
Or had she?
Did I?
Jared's concern congealed into fear. A second ago in the bedroom, he'd been positive he heard Kim's voice, and not just calling him either. She'd been screaming in terror. He had heard it. Now, though, she was staring at him, her eyes wide, her expression puzzled. It was, he finally decided, the twin thing, that strange, almost mystical connection he and his sister had always felt. Today, though, he saw nothing that could have terrified Kim to the point of a scream. Not like that. As if she'd read his mind, the twin thing again, Kim's eyes fixed on him.
Jared, what's going on? I swear I didn't call you.
Jared hesitated. Maybe it wasn't you at all. Maybe it was a ghost. Want to see if we can find one? This sure is where they'd be. Kim set out with Jared to explore the second floor. Half a dozen bedrooms opened off the mezzanine. On the third floor were more rooms, each with a dormer window. Finally, the family gathered on the front porch.
Well, what do you think?
Ted asked. There was an excitement in his voice that immediately put Janet on her guard.
It would make a great little hotel, wouldn't it?
Janet slowly turned around and looked back at the immense derelict of a house. She thought about Ted and what his future in Shreveport might be. She knew there would be no job offer, which meant there was nothing to hold them in Shreveport. She had no family there, and neither did he. I hate to say it, she finally replied as she got into the car, but you might just be right. From the back seat, Kim too peered out at the house. Once again, her skin began to crawl, and a single thought came into her mind.
No. Please, God, no. Don't make us live here.
3 days later, they were back in St. Albans. As their father pulled the car to a stop in front of the Church of St. Ignatius Loyola, Kim and Jared looked at the school that stood across from it, the school they would be attending starting the next day.
Maybe it'll be all right,
Jared muttered. Jared suspected that none of the great opportunities his father kept talking about would materialize. Even if his father stayed sober long enough to actually open a hotel, and Jared was sure he wouldn't, why would anyone want to stay there? And if the customers stopped coming, his father would drink even more. The day before yesterday, he'd talked to his mother about it, and for the first time, he heard exactly how bad the situation was. He's not going to be able to get another job, Jared. We have a little less than $100. When that's gone, I don't know what we'll do.
I'll get a job.
But his mother shook her head. For now, you'll go to school.
But it won't work. Dad will just sit home and drink all day.
If that happens, Jared, I promise we won't stay. But we have to give him a chance. So yesterday they had loaded a U-Haul with everything they owned, and this morning they'd driven down from Shreveport, his father driving the truck, while the rest of them, including his dog Scout and Kim's cat Muffin, packed themselves into the Toyota. They arrived at the church just 10 minutes before the funeral mass for Cora Conway was scheduled to begin. Besides the 5 of them and the priest who was conducting the mass, there were only 2 other people present. A middle-aged woman clad in a navy blue suit, her face veiled, stood in the very last pew. And in one of the alcoves barely visible from the church, Janet caught a glimpse of another priest. Had he come to the mass for Cora, or was he merely tending to his own private devotions? The officiating priest finished his opening prayer, gestured to them to sit, then turned his back to them, so he faced the coffin and the altar beyond. Raising his arms in supplication, he began to speak. To Janet's surprise, she heard the rhythmical cadences of the Latin Mass.
Jesus, she heard Ted beside her. If we'd known this was the deal, we wouldn't have bothered to come.
Janet shot him a warning look. She must have wanted it, and it won't hurt us. Ted's eyes rolled scornfully, and a few minutes later, he fell asleep. As the last phrases of the benediction rolled from the priest's tongue, Ted came awake, and then made his way past his wife and children to perform the single act his aunt had required of him. Joining 5 men from the undertakers, he took his position at the head of his aunt's casket to bear her to her final resting place. Janet, holding a sleeping Molly, stood with Jared and Kim as the casket passed, followed by the priest. As she started up the aisle, Janet glanced into the side chapel where she'd seen the elderly priest. He lay prostrate on the stone floor, his arms spread wide. Janet blinked as she stepped into the sultry heat of the Indian summer afternoon. As she followed the coffin toward the open grave that waited in the small cemetery adjoining the church, she had the uncomfortable feeling that she was being watched. Surreptitiously, she glanced around, but before she could spot whoever might be watching, her eyes were caught by the inscription on a weathered bronze plate affixed to the door of a small mausoleum that stood by itself. George Conway. Born July 29, 1916, died June 4, 1959. Cora's husband. But how was that possible, Janet wondered? George Conway had committed suicide, hadn't he? Then how could he be buried here in sanctified ground? But when she saw the utter neglect the area around the mausoleum had suffered, she understood. The ground upon which George Conway's mausoleum stood had been deconsecrated. There was another crypt in the mausoleum, and Janet assumed it had been George Conway's intention to have his wife Cora buried there. But the little procession passed it by. When the pallbearers stopped several yards farther on and set the coffin on boards that had been laid across an open grave, Janet saw that there were no other Conways buried nearby. No two of the graves surrounding Cora Conway's bore the same last name. Here was the final resting place of those who had apparently died as they had lived, alone. Janet felt a great wave of sadness for her husband's aunt. As she struggled against the tears, once again she felt herself being watched. The final litany done, the coffin was slowly lowered into the ground. And then, as she looked up, she saw a thin black man in worn, nearly threadbare clothing, his face covered with a grizzled stubble. He stood on the cobbled sidewalk outside the fence. He was watching the little group gathered around the grave, and Janet could feel the emotion radiating from him. Hatred. Hatred and anger. For a moment she froze, but then he moved away, shambling slowly down the street. Jake Cumberland. Startled, Janet turned to find a woman of about 70. "Do you know him?" Janet asked. The woman nodded. She was small and neat, wearing a pale lavender dress. "Oh, yes, everyone knows who Jake is. He lives in a cabin out by the lake. Just him and his dogs." She offered Janet a tiny gloved hand. "I'm Alma Morgan. I worked at the Willows. You're Janet, aren't you?" Janet nodded. Actually, Cora was my husband's aunt. But Alma Morgan was already speaking again. "She wasn't crazy, you know. She wasn't crazy at all. Don't pay any attention to what anyone says." Then Alma Morgan was gone. Janet was still trying to decide what the woman's words meant when someone else spoke. This time, it was the middle-aged woman who had been sitting at the back of the church. She had pulled her veil back, revealing warm blue eyes that watched with amusement as Alma Morgan scurried out of the cemetery. "Now, the question is this. What is the exact state of Alma Morgan's sanity?" She smiled. "I'm Corinne Beckwith. My husband is the sheriff here." Moving close to Janet, Ted extended his hand toward Mrs. Beckwith. "I'm Ted Conway. This is my wife, Janet, and this," he added, releasing Corinne Beckwith's hand to lift Molly out of Janet's arms, "is Molly, the true ruler of our house. Can you say hello to the nice lady?" Molly, just waking up, happily mumbled something, then demanded to be let down. And Ted, freed of his youngest daughter, set about charming Corinne Beckwith. "How can he do it?" Janet marveled as she listened to Ted chat with the woman. "How can he be so nice when he's sober and so—" She cut the thought short, refusing to tarnish the moment. Instead, she tuned in to what Corinne Beckwith was saying. "Just because what happened at that horrible old house took place 40 years ago doesn't mean everyone's forgotten about it, you know." Corinne had fixed her attention on Ted. "This is a small town, and people talk about things forever. And now, with your aunt gone, we probably never know what really did happen that day." "What really did happen?" Janet repeated, frowning. "She had a nervous breakdown when she found her husband, didn't she?" Corinne Beckwith's brows rose. "It was a question of the baby, too." "The baby?" Janet echoed. "What baby?"
The one Cora Conway gave birth to right after she found her husband hanging from the magnolia tree.
Janet's eyes shifted to Ted, and she could see that he was as mystified as she. "I'm sorry. I'm afraid neither of us knows what you're talking about." The other woman's eyes widened.
You mean no one ever told you your aunt was pregnant?
Ted held up his hands.
Hey, I was hardly even born when all that happened.
Corinne Beckwith had the grace to be embarrassed.
Oh, Lord, what am I doing? Why would you have known about it? And of all the places to bring it up.
She was still floundering when the priest stepped easily into the breach.
And since we don't know what the truth was, maybe we shouldn't speculate about it.
He extended one hand to Ted, the other to Janet.
I'm Father McNeil. I'm so sorry about your aunt.
It was a lovely mass, Janet began, but her mind was whirling.
A baby? Aunt Cora had a baby? But surely Ted would have heard of it, wouldn't he? I understand you'll be moving to St. Albans, she heard Father McNeil say. We're looking forward to having the children in our little school, and all of you, of course, in our congregation. Well, I'm not exactly sure all of that will be happening, Janet heard her husband say. I'm afraid I'm what you call a lapsed Catholic. In fact, I haven't been to Mass since I was a kid.
Father McNeil's smile faltered.
Perhaps I can change that, he began. Don't count on it. I just don't hold with religion. I don't mind my kids going to your school, but don't count on any of us showing up for church.
The last trace of Father McNeil's smile faded away.
Have you found a place to live yet?
But as she listened to Ted explain that they would be moving into his uncle's house and converting it into a small hotel, Janet saw the priest's expression darken.
A hotel? Well, I hope you're prepared for a fight on that one. A fight? Ted asked. Why would there be a fight? Perhaps I'm wrong. It's just that in a small town, there are always objections to change, aren't there?
Father McNeil glanced at his watch.
Good heavens, look at the time. I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid I'm running late.
An uncomfortable silence spread over the little group as the priest hurried back into the church. Then Ted said,
Well, I guess I put my foot in it with him, didn't I?
I guess you did, Janet thought. Corinne Beckwith, though, nodded.
Father McNeil doesn't like having his toes stepped on, not about religion or anything else. But it isn't just what you said. I think it's your house, too.
Our house? What could be wrong with fixing up our house? I think everyone would be thrilled.
Not around here, Corinne replied. That area is zoned residential, and I have a feeling there will be a lot of opposition to giving you a variance.
But why? Janet pressed.
If we're bringing money into the town,
Corinne shook her head.
Money has nothing to do with it. It's your family. There are a lot of people here who simply don't have much fondness for anyone named Conway.
Her lips twisted into an apologetic semblance of a smile.
Welcome to St. Albans.
Father Devlin slowly emerged from his trance of prayer. The church was silent. Cora Conway's funeral was over. Slowly he pulled himself to his feet and made his way back to the tiny cell he occupied on the top floor of the rectory. The cell was a penance he had assigned himself 40 years ago, on the day he knew he had failed. He had resigned his ministry that day, turning over his church and his authority to young Father McNeil, and offering comfort to the only penitent he would hear, Cora Conway. The years had ground by, and he slowly came to understand that even death was to be withheld from him. He even understood why. His failure to find a way to absolve Cora Conway. Even 3 days ago, when he had administered the last rites of their faith, he'd still been unable to cast out the demons that haunted her.
Take this,
stroking her Bible.
It's in here. Everything is in here.
Then she'd spoken one more time.
And this,
grasping the music box that sat on the nightstand.
Listen to its voices.
He had slipped the music box into his cassock, pronounced a final benediction upon Cora's troubled soul, and then departed, the weight of her Bible and her troubles almost more than he could bear. Until today, he hadn't opened Cora's Bible, but now he reached for it on the table nearby. The Bible opened between the two testaments, where lay the history of the generations through which the ancient Bible had passed. The page that lay open in front of Father Devlin was filled with careful cursive script. A date had been inscribed, April 16th, 1899. Beneath the date, there was a smear of ink, but then the entry began.
I shall not survive this evil day,
the first line said. The beat of his ancient heart quickening, Father Devlin read on.
I had thought it was the crowing of the cock that woke me, but it was not the cock, as I found out when I stepped onto the mezzanine of the house that Monsignor Melchior built for us. The cry was louder there, and I recognized it at once as coming from the servant girl, and I knew her time had come. I remember thinking that perhaps today Bessie would confess the name of the man who invaded her. But when the babies were born, I needed no confession, for the image of the Father was clear on the faces of the tiny babes. Bessie took the second one to her breast immediately and called her Francesca. But Francis, who was my son until I saw the faces of his Negro children, took the second child away. When I came down from Bessie's room, having tended her as best I could, I heard noises coming from the cellar. It did not matter, though, for already I knew what I must do. The curse that has befallen this family will not be lifted, and I know now that there is but one escape. I know not whether heaven or hell awaits me at the end of the noose I shall place around my neck when this paragraph is done. It matters not. It will be enough that I have finally escaped this house.
Loretta Villiers Conway took the Bible to Bessie Delacourt, who still lay in her bed, her remaining daughter cradled against her breast. She slipped the volume into Bessie's scarred dresser, then turned to the servant.
I have put a Bible in your drawer. When my son marries, you must give it to his bride.
In her own room, Loretta Villiers Conway put on the dress she had worn the day she married Monsignor Melchior Conway. She took the velvet belt from her favorite dressing gown. Standing on her writing chair, she tied one end of the belt around the chandelier that hung from the ceiling. She tied the other end around her own neck. She checked both knots carefully. Satisfied that they would hold, Loretta Villiers Conway stepped off the seat of her writing chair. No sound disturbed the silence that filled the room as Loretta Villiers Conway died. Father Devlin's eyes remained fixed on the last words Loretta Villiers Conway had written. So, George Conway was not the first of his family to commit the mortal, irredeemable sin of suicide. There had been rumors, of course, but he'd refused to credit them. But now the old priest finally understood that the stories had been more than mere gossip, that the horror that had befallen George and Cora Conway had somehow happened before. But how had it begun? He reached for the Bible once more, then stopped. Perhaps some other day he would pursue the matter further. But for now, his energy was gone. Putting Cora Conway's Bible away, he surrendered himself to sleep.
You guys really gonna live here?
The voice startled Jared so much he dropped his end of the mattress he and Kim were wrestling out of the rented U-Haul. She looked up in annoyance at the boy who had just spoken. He looked to be about the same age as Jared, but was shorter. The boy grinned at her and grabbed one corner of the unwieldy object.
I'm Luke Roberts. You want me to help you get this up on the porch?
How about all the way up to my room? Jared countered.
What's wrong? You're not scared, are you?
Of course I'm not, Luke replied a little too quickly. Together, the three teenagers wrestled the mattress up to the second floor.
How many rooms does it have?
Luke asked. Jared shrugged. I don't know.
Maybe 20, I guess. We're going to turn it into a hotel." They were back out on the landing, and Luke gazed down into the vast entry hall. "Who'd want to stay here?" "Well, it's not going to look like this," Kim replied. "Dad says it won't be ready for at least 6 months." "I still bet nobody'll stay," Luke said. "Not after everything that's happened." Jared and Kim eyed each other uneasily, reading each other's thoughts. Do we really want to hear? But Luke was already telling them. "Sometimes you can hear a baby crying, and lots of people have seen that guy who hung himself." "That was my dad's uncle," Jared said. "They say he's still here, looking for the baby." Kim's fingers flew involuntarily to the cross that hung from her neck, clutching it tightly. "I'll bet none of it happened. What have you ever seen yourself? What have you actually heard? And if you were close enough to see or hear anything, what were you doing? Just because nobody was living here doesn't mean it wasn't private property." Luke Roberts' face flushed scarlet, and Kim could see his right hand clench into a fist. "What are you going to do? Hit me?" Luke, shocked into silence, lurched back against the balustrade, lost his balance, and tumbled over. As he screamed with terror, the fingers of his right hand grabbed onto the railing. For a second, he hung suspended from one arm, but he quickly began to lose his grip, and for an instant his eyes, glazed with fear, fastened on Kim. She knew that if he fell, the image of his eyes, terrified and accusing, would be burned into her memory forever. In her mind, she screamed out to Jared to help Luke. As if he'd heard her, Jared darted to the railing, his own strong hands closing on Luke's wrist before the other boy's grip gave way. Then he hauled Luke back over the balustrade. I'm sorry," Kim stammered. I didn't mean—" But now that he was safe, Luke's terror was transmuting into anger. "What the hell did I do? I was just telling you what I heard. Christ, I could have broke my neck." As he started down the stairs, he glowered back at Kim. "Maybe your aunt wasn't the only crazy one around here." Before Kim could reply, he had slammed the front door behind him. Luke Roberts' eyes kept Kim awake that night. For every time she closed her eyes, she saw them again, saw the terror and the accusation, and heard his words in the silence. Could any of it be true? Of course not. He'd just been trying to scare her. But still she found herself listening, straining to hear. What? She didn't know. She tossed and turned restlessly until Muffin, curled on the pillow beside her, angrily swiped her, then moved to the windowsill, her back arched. "What is it?" Kim asked, going to the cat. "What's wrong? What's out there?" The cat struck hard at the window pane. "Now? Why do you have to go out now?" "All right." She fumbled with the window latch. "If it's that important." The latch came free, and she jerked the window open. In an instant, the cat was gone. Kim peered out into the night. "Muffin! Muffin, come back!" But the silence of the night swallowed her words. There was something out there. Kim could feel it. Something or someone was out there watching her. Every muscle in Jake Cumberland's body tensed. He hadn't moved in nearly 6 hours, not since nightfall had let him steal out of the woods and move close to the old carriage house. There he had remained, watching the house. He hadn't really believed it when he'd first heard someone say people were going to be moving back into the old house. After all, everyone knew there weren't any more Conways, not since the old woman had died. But it had turned out that everybody was wrong. There were still Conways around, 5 of them anyways. Right after he'd heard the talk, he'd made his way to a place where he could keep a watch on the house, and sure enough, there they were. He had recognized them the minute he saw them, especially the man. Everything about him had Conway written all over it. Jake had watched while they all went into the house. He'd waited until they'd gone away, but he knew they'd be back. Then, when he'd gone to the funeral this morning, he'd seen them again. He'd watched them bury the old lady and tried to work some of his mama's magic on them, but knew it wouldn't work. You couldn't just work the magic. You had to have a lot of stuff first, but he'd still tried. Then, after they all left the cemetery, he'd come around through the woods and kept right on watching. They had come back here, and started taking their stuff out of the truck and putting it into the house. Only then had he decided that they really were planning to stay. "Should have burnt that place down," he thought. "Should have burnt it down years ago." Finally, he'd gone home and waited for nightfall, when it would be safe to creep back to the house and search for the things he'd need to make his mama's magic work. Jake knew what he needed, knew exactly what he had to do. And ever since night had fallen over St. Albans, he'd been there, hidden by the shadows, waiting. The hours crept by. When the cat leaped from the windowsill, he heard it clearly. Jake tensed, waiting. He waited patiently, knowing that soon it would move in his direction. Yes, it was coming toward him now. Closer. Close enough. So quickly, the cat had no time to react. Jake's arms snaked through the darkness. His huge hands closed around the cat's neck.
"You promise you'll look for Muffin?"
Kim asked when Janet pulled the Toyota to a stop in front of St. Ignatius School the next morning.
"Will you stop worrying?"
Jared said.
"She's a cat. She'll come home when she feels like it." "But what if she tried to go back to Shreveport?"
"I'm sure she didn't do that," her mother assured her. "Jared's probably right, but I promise I'll keep an eye out for her." Janet looked at her watch. "Now let's get you two enrolled so I can get back to the house before your father—" She cut her words short, but she saw Kim and Jared glance at each other and was certain they were supplying the words she hadn't uttered. "Starts drinking." But maybe, just maybe, he really meant what he said about starting over again in St. Albans. When she woke up this morning, Ted was already out of bed, and for a moment she felt the same despair that had washed over her when she woke up to find that Ted hadn't come to bed at all. But Janet had found him downstairs ripping up the worn carpet to expose the intricately inlaid hardwood hidden beneath it.
"Will you look at this? It's incredible. Oak inlaid with cherry, walnut, and God only knows what else. All it needs is sanding and refinishing."
He kept working while she put together a makeshift breakfast, and when she left to enroll Jared and Kimberly, he was still at it. For the first time in years, Janet allowed herself to hope that maybe this time things really would change. But she reminded herself that he had made dozens of promises before. None of them had ever been kept. "Come on," she said now. "No matter what's happening at home, I still need to be there. I'll keep an eye out for Muffin. I promise." Janet Conway climbed down off the ladder, automatically stretching. As the ache in her shoulders eased, she surveyed the results of her 2 hours at the top of the ladder. Already, light. The clear, clean light of the fall morning was streaming through the glass roof. When she was finished, the room would provide her with the studio that, until a few days ago, she had only dreamed about. But as her eyes moved to the view outside the enormous glass walls, her excitement gave way to dark trepidation. She told herself there was nothing ominous here, just the tangle of vegetation, the thick, creeping kudzu that snaked out of the forest to slowly engulf the property. Yet even the devastation brought by the kudzu couldn't completely erase the vision in Janet's mind. Tomorrow, maybe even this afternoon, she would start hacking away at the encroaching foliage. And this weekend, Jared could begin clearing off the rest of the property. Halfway between the conservatory and the woods, she could just make out the shape of what looked like a fountain. In her mind's eye, she stripped away the tangle of vines to reveal what? Marble. Yes, of course. It would be made of marble, carved into some wonderful pattern over which the water would shimmer and ripple as it flowed. Perhaps they could even put some goldfish in it. The vision took on more details, and Janet could see the beginnings of a painting, or better yet, a trompe-l'oeil mural big enough to cover an entire wall. It would depict the grounds as they would have looked when the house was new. And perhaps she would give it a French cast to fit with the New Orleans influences of the town, and a sudden sharp rap on one of the French doors leading to the terrace jerked her out of her reverie.
"Hello?"
a voice called from outside.
"Is anybody here?"
Janet went to the French doors, fumbled with the lock, then pushed the handle down.
I hate these old French doors, Corinne Beckwith announced as she stepped into the conservatory. The frames always stick. She gazed around. The others are just as bad, Janet said. The other woman sighed. I guess it's nice that there are people who want to take on projects like this, but I've got a feeling the people around here are only going to take your trying to restore this place as proof that they are right. Right about what? Corinne Beckwith grinned. That all the Conways are crazy. Corinne's words touched a nerve in Janet. If that's why you came over here, I'm sorry. I was just trying to make a joke. Her smile disappeared. Actually, the real reason I came over was to talk about your project. If you're really going to try and turn this place into an inn, you're going to need all the help you can get. But all Father McNeil said was that there'd be some people who'd object. That's code, Janet. Father McNeil never does anything up front. If he said there would be objections, it's because he's planning to make very sure that there are. Janet decided she liked Corinne Beckwith. May I get you a cup of coffee? If I can drink it while you give me a tour of this place, I've been dying to see it ever since I was a little girl. For nearly an hour, the two women wandered through the house. When they were finally back in the kitchen, Corinne Beckwith offered up her opinion. Well, your husband's right. This place would make one hell of an inn. If you agree with him, why doesn't it sound like it? Let's assume we can get the variances we need. What else is there? The house itself, and your husband's family. Apparently what I told you about your aunt being pregnant wasn't just gossip. There must be a half-dozen people who remember that she was pregnant. But when they found her, she wasn't. The assumption was the shock of finding her husband's corpse induced labor, and she delivered the baby that morning. The problem is that no trace of the baby was ever found. There is no record of it having been born. Perhaps it was stillborn. Even with a stillbirth, there should be a record. And there's something else. You remember the man outside the cemetery yesterday, Jake Cumberland? Janet almost shuddered. The way he was looking at us, it was like he hated us. He probably does. His mother was the housekeeper for George and Cora Conway, and she disappeared that day, too. Disappeared, Janet repeated. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what I mean either. Apparently, Jake's mother, her name was Eulalie, was some kind of voodoo priestess. Oh, come on. Corinne held up a hand. Let me finish. From what I've heard, Eulalie thought there was something evil going on here, and she decided to put a stop to it. Apparently, she made a doll. A voodoo doll? Oh, come on, Corinne. Just let me finish. Apparently, the doll was found, and there had been a fire in the yard the night before. And after George and Cora Conway were found, Cora's baby and Eulalie were both gone. If people think Eulalie took Cora's baby, why would they blame Ted's family for anything? Nobody thinks she took it. Eulalie would never have left Jake. He was just a child, and she was all he had. It's the one thing everyone agrees on, that Eulalie wouldn't have left Jake. So what do they think happened? Corinne hesitated. All anyone would say was that they're sure George and Cora did something to Eulalie, and that ever since the Conways left this house, nothing bad has happened here. Janet's eyes met Corinne Beckwith's. And they think that now that we're here, bad things will start happening again? Corinne nodded. I don't believe it. What are they going to do, come after us with pitchforks? Corinne Beckwith's lips curved into a tight smile. I suspect it'll be a little more subtle than that, but I think you got the general idea. Janet's outrage coalesced into cold determination. That's not going to happen. If we leave, it will be because of our own failures. But nobody's going to drive us away. Nobody. Evening lay like a shroud over the house.
The iron determination that Corinne Beckwith's visit instilled in Janet that morning had begun to erode as soon as Kim and Jared came home from school. Kim made no effort to hide her feelings. Her unhappiness, Janet was certain, was heightened by the fact that there hadn't been any sign of Muffin all day.
"Something's happened to her," Kim said. "She wouldn't just run away."
"Well, perhaps she'll come back." Janet changed the subject. "How was the first day at school?" And immediately wished she hadn't. Kim moaned.
"It was awful."
Then Ted came home, and even before they saw him, they knew what he'd been doing. Janet caught the look that passed between Kim and Jared. She could read their common thought. "He's drunk." Then he came into the kitchen, confirming their thoughts. His step was a little too careful, his speech a little too precise.
Why are you all looking at me that way? You make me sick. Can you blame me for having a drink every now and then the way you all act?"
He picked up the box of bottles he'd carried in.
"You want dinner? Go ahead and eat it. I'll take care of myself."
He disappeared through a doorway that led to the big dining room beyond. Jared made a move to follow, but Janet stopped him. "Don't. Just leave him alone. Maybe at least the rest of us can enjoy our dinner." But, of course, they couldn't. The pall over the house grew heavier, and all of them knew its real cause. Ted was drinking again. When dinner was finished and the dishes were cleared and washed, Kim and Jared retreated to the second floor. After they left, Janet lingered in the kitchen. She was hearing her mother's voice. "Leave him. Take the children and leave him. He's a liar, he's a drunk, and whatever his problems are have nothing to do with you. Don't let him destroy you. Get out now, before it's too late." The words shook Janet. Not because they were unfamiliar words. She had said them to herself 100 times. But always before, there had been qualifications. And always before, fear had followed immediately. But this evening, all the fears had fallen away. Now she was far more afraid of staying. If she and the children stayed here, something terrible would happen to all of them. She found Ted installed in the small den behind the living room. He was clutching a glass, half drunk. "I'm leaving tomorrow. I'll take the kids, and Scout, and Muffin if she's back, and the car."
"You won't leave me. You'll never leave me."
The calm she had been feeling was shattered by her husband's fury. She fled up to her room, locking the door.
"Do you understand? You'll never leave me."
The huge clock in the corner of the cavernous living room began tolling the hour as Ted was tearing the plastic seal loose from a fresh bottle of vodka. The second one, or the third? He couldn't quite remember. He counted the hours the clock was striking. 10, 11, 12, 13. 13? What the hell? There wasn't any such thing as 13 o'clock. Everyone knew that. As the seal broke, he gave the cap a twist, then took a healthy swig. And Janet's words quieted for a few seconds. She didn't mean it. Couldn't mean it. She loved him. Couldn't live without him. The way things should be. Except that they weren't. And once more the clock began to strike. The bottle dropped from his hand. "Janet?" His wife's name slipped unbidden from his mouth. "Janet, help me." The last tolling of the clock died away. Before it could start again, Ted stumbled out of the living room, pulling the doors closed behind him. He moved across the huge foyer and into the dining room, pushing its doors tightly closed. Safe. He whirled around, and there was the clock standing against the opposite wall. Ted's heart raced as he told himself it wasn't possible. Its tolling grew louder, echoing through the room. Ted clamped his hands over his ears, but the striking of the clock grew even louder. Crazy. He was going crazy. Fumbling with the latch on the heavy dining room doors, he finally threw them open again and fled back into the huge entry hall. But the sound followed him, and he realized his mistake. Now he was hearing both clocks. "Janet! Janet, where are you?" "Upstairs.
She was upstairs in their bedroom. Got to get there. Got to get upstairs.
He started up the flight, stumbling on the first step and barely catching himself. A wave of dizziness swept over him. Hanging onto the banister, he pulled himself up a few more steps, and the tolling of the clock struck him again. Sagging to his knees, he peered up into the gloom, and there, on the landing, he could see it. The clock. The same clock that had been in the living room and the dining room. No! Turning away from the tolling clock, he stumbled back toward the foot of the stairs, searching for some place, any place, that would be free of the terrible striking of the clock. Everywhere he went, the clock was there, tolling the impossible hour. Finally, there was only one door left, and Ted stumbled through it. He was at the top of a steep flight of stairs leading into the basement. Ted fumbled for a light switch, found one, and flipped it on. The darkness below was pierced by a beckoning light. Ted lurched down the stairs until he came to the bottom, and still the terrible tolling found him. "Stop it!" But now the sound seemed to come from inside his head itself. A stroke. That was it. He was having a stroke. The pain in his head ballooning, he stumbled through another door. Another wave of dizziness hit him, and his stomach heaved. He began to sob. "No, don't want to die." But he was going to die. He knew it. With Janet asleep upstairs, he was going to die. Die alone. Die drunk. Dead drunk. No! 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 Help me! Please! Help me, someone! Please! Help me! Then, from somewhere deep in the darkness, he saw something. From somewhere hidden in the darkness, a mist was rising. As he stared at the fog, a face began to take shape. A powerful face, with glowing eyes. "Help me! Please, help me!" The mist itself seemed to reach out to him, and he felt a touch, a burning touch, on his cheek. A voice spoke. "Will you give me whatever I ask?" Ted stared up into the glittering eyes. "Yes! Oh, God, yes!" The terrible tolling in Ted's head eased. The nausea in his belly calmed. In the sudden silence, Ted Conway fell into sleep. But just before he surrendered to blankness, he knew that something inside him had changed. Nothing, he knew, would ever be the same again. "Jared!" The sound faded. At first, Jared wasn't really sure he'd heard someone calling his name, but then it came again, faint, barely audible. "Jared!" His father's voice. Jared recognized it immediately, rasping with the anger that was always there even when his father was sober. Was he sober now? Jared couldn't tell. Then the voice came again, and this time it carried a note of command. "Jared! Open your eyes, Jared!" He obeyed, but saw nothing at all. It was as if he'd been drawn into blackness. Then, deep in the blackness, twin embers began to glow. They grew larger and larger, burning brighter, moving toward him. Slowly, they began to take on form. Not lights, but eyes, glittering golden eyes, their pupils not round but slitted. They seemed to be lit from within. And as they drew closer, the light grew bright enough to show him the face from which they peered. The face was dark and covered with scales, and from its mouth, an angry gash, a slithering tongue darted forth. As if hypnotized, Jared remained where he was, immobile. The face drew closer yet. Now Jared could feel the tongue flick against his cheek, then move across his jaw and down his body. Everywhere it touched him, an icy chill crept inward. For the first time since the nightmare began, Jared opened his mouth to scream, but it was too late. The ice had already captured him, the darkness taken possession of his soul. Kim jerked awake. "Jared?" she heard herself cry out. "Jared, what's wrong?" Why did I do that? One moment she'd been sound asleep, and the next wide awake and worried about Jared. The twin thing. But that didn't make sense. Usually when the twin thing happened, she and Jared were both awake.
But she'd read about other twins who had experienced powerful connections, like knowing when the other was in some kind of trouble. Could it happen when you were asleep? Getting up, Kim pulled on an old cotton bathrobe and went to her door. She opened it a few inches and peered out through the crack. She could see all the way across to Jared's room. His door was closed and no light showed from the crack beneath it. Kim paused to listen again. Hearing no sound, she quickly padded to her brother's door. "Jared? Jared!" She heard a soft whining. "Scout?" She twisted the knob and peered inside. Instantly, Scout jammed his muzzle in the gap, demanding to be scratched. "What is it, boy?" Kim pushed the door open wider and knelt down to rub Scout's neck, but Scout pulled away from her and darted to the open window, where he scratched eagerly at the screen. "Oh, no," Kim whispered. "That's how Muffin got—" "Muffin? Maybe that was it." She crossed to the window. "Muffin, here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Come on, Muffin."
Kim?
Startled by her brother's voice, Kim whirled around to find Jared glaring at her.
Jesus, Kim, what are you doing in my room?
"Something woke me up. I was worried about you."
Yeah, right. You're so worried about me you came in and started hollering for your damn cat.
Kim's mouth dropped open in surprise. Jared had never spoken to her like that. Never. "I was worried about you, but when Scout went to the window,
Will you just go back to bed?
Well, sorry," Kim shot back. "Next time I get worried about you, I'll just go back to sleep."
Fine, Jared said, flopping back down on his pillow. Just leave me alone, okay?
"Well, if that's how you feel, fine," Kim said to herself. But before leaving his room, she turned back. "Jared, are you sure you're okay?"
What do I have to do, take a physical? Just shut the door and leave me alone.
Kim slammed it hard enough to make him jump.
Jesus,
he complained to Scout, now pawing at him.
Like it was my fault or something.
But he had a vague memory of a dream he'd had, a nightmare, in which he'd been running through the halls of the house trying to get away from a big black guy who looked familiar. But it hadn't been Kim who finally came to his rescue. It was his dad.
His dad, yeah, like that would ever happen.
Then he wondered if his mother really meant it this time about leaving. Jared turned over in bed and Scout scratched at him again.
What's with you, boy? Just lie down and go to sleep, okay?
But instead of lying down, the big dog ran to the window and scratched at the screen. Jared got up and crouched next to Scout, looking out.
What is it, boy? What's out there?
Scout bounded to the bedroom door, whimpered eagerly, and scratched at it.
Okay, I get the message.
He pulled on his jeans and a t-shirt and shoved his feet into a pair of sneakers. When he opened the bedroom door, Scout raced for the stairs. Jared made his way into the kitchen, where Scout stood at the back door scratching and whimpering. Jared peered through the window, but he couldn't see anything. He was about to open the door and let the dog outside when he remembered what had happened to Muffin. If there were something out there and Scout went after it. Sighing, Jared found an old piece of clothesline. He tied one end of it to Scout's collar. Then he let the big retriever out the back door. Scout raced off toward the carriage house. The boy reined the dog to a stop, but when Scout continued to pull, Jared started down the back steps into the yard. Scout led him around to the back of the carriage house, then reared up, placing his forepaws on the building siding. And in the moonlight, Jared saw it. Hanging with head down, her tongue lolling out of her mouth, was Muffin. Or at least what was left of Muffin. The cat's hide had been nailed neatly to the wall, the legs spread, even the tail tacked in a curve. Jared stared at the hide for a long time, then reached out and tore it loose from the wall.
Okay, Scout. Who did it? Show me who did it, Scout. Find him.
In response, the dog began sniffing around the area. Then, catching a scent, he headed for the scrubby woods. Following close behind the dog, Jared made his way along the path through the woods. Then, the retriever froze, 1 foot off the ground, tail extended. Jared dropped to his knees next to the big dog. Barely visible in the gloom, he made out the silhouette of a cabin.
There? Is that where he came from?
Scout trembled, whining eagerly. Then he tensed. Feeling the dog's muscles harden, Jared too held perfectly still, listening. His fingers tightening on Scout's collar, he pulled the dog back.
Come on, Scout. We'd better.
Before he could finish his sentence, the night was rent by a howling sound that exploded out of the cabin. The cabin door opened.
Who's out there? I'm warning you. You get away right now or I'm turning these dogs loose.
Jared scurried back down the path, pulling Scout with him. 20 minutes later, he crept back into the house and up to his room. Stripping off his clothes, he slipped back into bed. He had found out what he needed to know. He had found out, and he would do something about it. I'm leaving him. This time, I'm actually going to leave him. It had been the last thought in Janet's mind last night, and it was still there as the alarm dragged her out of sleep that morning. She started to get out of bed, then stopped. Something had changed. She listened. Nothing in the house sounded different. A mockingbird was singing outside, and when she went to the window, she saw only a sunny morning. A wave of claustrophobia broke over her. She couldn't breathe. No, she wasn't suffocating. It was only the kudzu, and once the house and the yard were free of it, she cut off the thought, refusing even to finish it. Out, she reminded herself. I'm getting out. She turned away from the window. Ted had taken the car somewhere. Well, she'd have a suitcase packed, and when Ted returned, she'd take the car, and that would be that. Pulling on her robe, she lifted Molly out of her crib and carried her youngest daughter down to the kitchen. Kim was getting cereal and milk out of the refrigerator, but there was no sign of Jared. Where's your brother? Kim shrugged.
Still asleep, I guess.
You know, I've decided to leave your father, Janet said carefully. Kim turned to look at her.
You mean we're going back to Shreveport?
Janet nodded. I just can't take it anymore. I don't know what else to do. Janet sank into one of the kitchen chairs. Kim lifted her little sister out of her mother's arms.
It'll be okay, Mom. We'll figure it out. Jared and I can get jobs after school.
She stopped abruptly, and Janet realized someone else had just come into the room. Jared. His head was cocked, and his eyes were fixed on Kim.
What do you mean we'll get jobs after school?
Janet opened her mouth, but Kim spoke.
Mom says we're going back to Shreveport after last night.
Yeah, right. Mom's not going anywhere. None of us are.
With a derisive toss of his head, he turned away.
See you at school.
He was gone before either Kim or Janet could speak. The front door slammed.
The problem with being mayor of St. Albans, or any place else for that matter, was that you had to be nice to everyone.
Mayor Engstrom's visitor that morning was Father McNeil.
It just doesn't seem that the old Conway house is the right place for a hotel, the priest said. It's always been a residential area, and if we allow one commercial enterprise to take root there, how can we protect the integrity of the neighborhood?
Engstrom leaned back in his chair.
I'm not exactly sure I'm following your interest in all this. Sort of seems like fixing the old Conway place up would be good for the community. Pretty old house like that. Doesn't hardly seem like much of a variance would have to be made. It is a lovely old house, the priest agreed. But I'm not sure the Conways are the kind of people we want to encourage. And why might that be? Engstrom asked. You all know something about him that the rest of us don't?
Father McNeil's expression tightened.
He's evil. Whenever there have been Conway men living in this town, there has been trouble. As the spiritual guardian of our community, I simply don't believe I can countenance his presence here.
Phil Engstrom nodded.
I do appreciate you coming down here to fill me in on all this, Father Mac. I purely do. And I'll give everything you've told me ever consideration if Conway ever tries to bring a variance up before the council.
When the priest had left, the mayor went back to his desk.
If he wanted to keep his office, he'd better pay more than simple lip service to Father McNeil. Not that there could be anything to what the priest had told him. The very idea that Ted Conway was evil was ridiculous on the face of it.
He heard his secretary, Myrtle Pettibone's voice float over the intercom.
There's a Mr. Conway here to see you. A Mr. Ted Conway?
Phil hesitated.
Well, send him on in. Don't keep him waiting, Mert. Just send him on in.
Half an hour later, Phil Engstrom was once again alone in his office. But sometime in the last 30 minutes, he'd completely changed his mind about where he stood on this particular deal. Ted Conway had turned out to be a downright fine fellow. Charming was the word his wife would have used, and everything he'd said had made perfect sense to Phil Engstrom. By the time the meeting had ended, he knew Conway was not only a man he could work with, but also a man he could be friends with. But if he was going to go against Father Mac on this thing, and he surely was, he would have to be subtle. As Janet watched Molly slowly fall asleep in her playpen, she heard a car pull into the driveway. A moment later, a woman picked her way through the tangle in the front yard. A woman whose bearing marked her as someone who counted, at least in St. Albans.
I'm Marge Engstrom,
the woman said as Janet opened the door. She was smiling easily, her hand extended.
My husband is the mayor of St. Albans, and he sent me. It seems you have a problem. May I come in?
She scanned the huge entry hall, and her smile faded.
Oh, my, this is a mess, isn't it?
She reddened.
Oh, Lord, listen to me. Phil always says I talk before I think, and there I go. I'm so sorry.
It's all right, Janet assured her. It is a mess. In fact, it's a horrible mess. Would you like a cup of coffee?
Actually, I'd like to see this house, Marge told her. And maybe you can tell me just what it is that has Father McNeil in such an uproar.
By the time they entered the kitchen a half hour later, Janet had decided she liked Marge Engstrom's directness. Marge had told her exactly why she was there, to invite them to a dinner party, and what the purpose of her proposed dinner party was, to introduce them to St. Albans society. Before Janet could say anything, though, she saw their old Toyota pull into the driveway, towing a trailer filled with more building supplies. She braced herself for the scene to come, wishing there was some way to get Marge Engstrom out of the house, or at least to warn her. But Ted was already coming through the back door.
Do I smell coffee? Boy, would a cup of that taste good right now.
Janet started toward the stove, but Ted waved her back to her chair.
Sit, I can get it myself.
He offered one of his dazzling smiles to Marge Engstrom.
I'm Ted Conway, and you'd be Phil Engstrom's wife, right?
Janet stared at him, bewildered. After last night, his eyes should be bloodshot, his face haggard, and his mood even nastier. But his eyes were clear. There was a buoyancy to his step, and he was treating Marge Engstrom to the brilliant white smile Janet hadn't seen in years. A smile she knew would darken into black rage as soon as Marge explained why she had come. But Ted's smile didn't darken. It simply softened. His eyes shifted to Janet.
Do we have any plans for Saturday night?
Janet shook her head. Ted turned back to Marge Engstrom.
Then we'll see you on Saturday.
Marge left a few minutes later.
Where have you been?
Janet demanded.
Do you have any idea what it's like to wake up and find that your mate, who was stinking drunk, has taken off in the car? Of course you don't, and you never will. I've had it. Do you understand? I have finally and forever had it. I'm sorry. I don't know why you've put up with it all these years.
The genuine contrition she heard in his voice threw Janet totally off stride. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously.
Why would you know? You've been too drunk to know anything, haven't you? Too drunk to know why you lose your jobs, and too drunk to know how frightened your kids are of you, and way too drunk to know what you've done to me.
Molly began to cry, and Janet reached down to scoop her up. It's all right, baby. Mommy and Daddy aren't going to have a fight. We're not ever going to fight again. Her eyes shifted back to Ted. I'm leaving this afternoon.
Let me tell you what happened last night, he said. You mean you remember?
Ted nodded.
Every bit of it. After you went upstairs, I started wandering around the house. And everywhere I went, all I saw was a mess. And it was like looking at myself. Everything about it's been let go, just like I've let myself go. Another few years and it's literally going to fall apart, just like me. Last night, it finally came to me. I'm not just killing our marriage and my career. I'm killing myself, too. I decided I didn't want to die.
Janet felt the first tiny crack develop in her defenses. And, having stumbled drunkenly upon this great truth, what exactly did you decide to do about it?
I made myself sick. I went down in the basement and I threw up more than I've ever thrown up in my life. And I've thrown up some doozies.
When Janet failed to respond, his smile fled.
Just look at my eyes.
Don't do it, Janet told herself. But she could feel the cracks in her resolve widening, and finally she allowed herself to look into his eyes. Something had changed. It wasn't just their clarity, which was surprising enough. There was something familiar there, something dimly remembered. And then she knew. It was as if she were looking into Ted's eyes when they had first met.
Come with me,
he said now. Settling Molly gently back into the playpen, Ted took Janet's hand and led her to the small room in which she'd found him last night. The empty bottle still lay on the sofa, and the box of full ones still sat on the hearth just as it had last night. As Ted lifted a bottle of vodka and opened it, Janet felt a cold emptiness in her stomach. He held it over the sink in the wet bar that had been built next to the fireplace and tipped it up. Its contents flowed down the drain. He reached for another bottle and drained it too, and then another and another until every bottle was empty.
Have you ever known me to do that before?
There had never been a time when there wasn't any liquor in the house. Then she remembered the trailer behind the Toyota. It was as if he had read her mind.
And I didn't buy any more. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all of it.
He started toward the back door, and she knew that he was telling her the truth. Something inside him had, indeed, finally changed. Ted. He paused, then turned to look at her. Maybe one more day, she heard herself say. Maybe the kids and I can stay one more day and see what happens.
I'm going to hang with Luke for a while, Jared told Kim. You go ahead.
When his sister was gone, Jared turned to Luke Roberts.
Well, what about it? If I show you where the cabin is, will you tell me who lives in it?
Luke uneasily shifted his weight.
How come you want to know? When'd you see this place?
Jared's voice hardened.
Someone killed my sister's cat. He nailed its skin to our carriage house. My dog tracked him back to a cabin, but there were a couple of hounds guarding it. Maybe you ought to just forget about it.
Jared's gaze fixed steadily on Luke.
You chicken.
The other boy's jaw tightened.
Okay, Luke said. Let's go.
When Kim turned the corner, she saw it. A great cloud of smoke was billowing up from the house. Her heart pounding, she broke into a run, then slowed as she realized it wasn't the house that was on fire at all. There was a huge bonfire burning behind the house. As she approached, her father hurled a great armful of tangled vines onto the fire. Was her father drunk? But he didn't look like he was. She saw no sign of anything, not even a beer. But the kudzu had all but vanished.
It's not quite as bad as it looks,
she heard her father say. Instinctively, she drew back.
Take it easy, princess, he said, smiling at her.
Believe it or not,
I'm not drunk.
I didn't think you were.
Of course you did. Let's face it, it's been a few years since you've seen me when I wasn't drunk.
Kim's mind spun. What on earth had happened today? I didn't mean... I meant... Her father reached out as if to pull her close, but stopped himself.
Consider yourself hugged,
he said, eyeing his own filthy hands and sweaty torso.
I'm not asking you to forgive me. All I can do is apologize for what I've put you through. I'm going to be better from now on.
As Kim's eyes flooded with tears, her father smiled.
Of course, practically anything would be better than what I've been, wouldn't it?
Kim hesitated, then nodded.
Don't say anything. In fact, if I were you, I think I'd be pretty suspicious. Why don't you go in and talk to your mother?
Kim watched as her father went back to work. Then she finally turned away and went into the house. She saw the change as soon as she entered the kitchen. It was scrubbed clean. The tired refrigerator they'd brought from Shreveport was gone. In its place was a gleaming new one, and the old-fashioned range was replaced by an immense double-oven six-burner affair.
Mom, you here?
In the studio.
The studio, too, had been transformed since yesterday. The rest of the windows had been cleaned and everything unpacked and put away. Molly was in her playpen. Her mother was perched on a stool, a stick of charcoal in her right hand, carefully eyeing a canvas on the easel before her. The strain, the misery she'd seen in her mother's face was gone. Everything about her was different. Her eyes were sparkling and she seemed younger. "Come and look. Tell me what you think." Almost warily, Kim approached the canvas, not sure what to expect. It was a sketch of an outdoor scene, but it bore no resemblance to the ruined landscape that lay beyond the windows. Drawn onto the canvas was a formal garden. There was only one human figure in the garden, her father, but not the father she'd known most of her life. This was the father she'd met outside a few minutes ago, his expression open, his eyes seeming to smile. So it wasn't just toward her that he'd changed, Kim thought. Her mother had seen it too.
What happened? This morning?
This morning seems like a lifetime ago. Something happened to him last night, Kim. It's like he finally woke up. She related the day's events. He's been working all day. A truck showed up with a new stove and refrigerator, and after he helped me with the kitchen, he went to work outside, and, well, you saw for yourself what he's been doing. When she went up to her room a few minutes later, Kim tried to pull it all together. Only this morning the house had been filled with tension. Her father had been gone, her mother had been ready to leave him, and now everything was different. But how long would it last?
How much further?
Luke Roberts asked. Jared glanced around.
This way. It's right up ahead.
Jared was moving along the trail. A slight breeze had come up and he stopped.
You smell anything?
Luke shook his head.
Do I look like some kind of hound or something?
That was it. The dogs he'd heard last night.
He could smell them. Come on, we're almost there.
Leading the way, Jared crept forward, waiting for the dogs to begin baying. This afternoon, though, they were silent, and suddenly Jared knew why. If he could smell them, he was downwind. They couldn't smell him. He came to a bend in the trail. He knew that as soon as they rounded the bend, they would see the cabin huddled in the small clearing. And a moment later, there it was. Now Jared could see the lake. It lay only a few yards beyond the cabin. Curled up in the shade of the cabin were two dogs.
That's it. You know who lives there?
Jake Cumberland, Luke Roberts said.
This is his place. Who is he?
Jared pressed. Luke's expression turned wary.
Just a trapper. He's always lived out here.
Jared's eyes narrowed.
You're scared of him, aren't you?
Luke paled but shook his head.
Bullshit.
Jared said,
Tell me the truth. There's stories,
Luke admitted.
About his ma.
What kind of stories?
She was supposed to be some kind of voodoo queen or something. And they say she worked for your uncle before she disappeared.
Disappeared? What do you mean disappeared? You mean she just took off? Luke shrugged.
Nobody knows. But my ma says the last time anyone ever saw her was the night before your uncle hung himself.
He reddened slightly.
My ma says she heard your uncle might have killed her.
Jared's fists clenched, and his jaw tightened. Luke held up his hands.
Hey, don't get pissed at me. All I'm telling you is what I heard.
But Jared was no longer looking at Luke. His eyes were fixed on the cabin. As if sensing his gaze, both dogs scrambled to their feet, tensing. As Jared took a step toward them, the wind shifted and the two dogs caught his scent. He moved a step closer, and now the dogs lunged forward, the wail of their baying ripping the quiet.
You nuts, Jared?
Luke Roberts demanded.
What if Jake's in there?
He's not. He's nowhere around here.
He moved closer to the two dogs, now struggling at the end of their chains, their teeth bared. He stopped a foot beyond the reach of the nearest dog.
You want me?
Jared asked, squatting low and extending his right hand.
That what you want? You think you want a piece of me?
The dog howled with rage and threw itself against its chain. Jared extended his fingers until they were within inches of the dog's snapping teeth.
That it? That what you want?
Are you crazy?
Luke called. If he gets loose...
But Jared wasn't listening.
Try it. Go on, just try it. See what happens.
He darted his fingers out, and the dog's jaws snapped, nicking his thumb. Luke howled,
Jesus!
as if he were bitten.
Got a taste?
Jared's eyes fixed on the dog. Abruptly, the dog dropped back to cower on the ground. Jared put his fingers around the cowering dog's neck.
Not gonna do that again. Not ever gonna do that again.
His fingers tightened around the animal's neck, and then he gave it a fast, hard jerk. The animal screamed once as its neck snapped. It dropped back into the dirt. Luke stared mutely at the limp animal.
You killed him!
Jared turned to look at him.
He bit me. What do you expect me to do, pat him on the head?
The second dog, silent now, sniffed at its litter mate's lifeless corpse. Then it slunk back until it was huddled against the wall of the cabin. Removing the chain from the dead dog's neck, Jared picked it up.
What are you gonna do with it?
Luke asked. Jared made no reply. Instead, he carried the dead dog into Jake Cumberland's cabin. The door closed behind him. Jake Cumberland had been out on the lake most of the afternoon. The battered bucket held half a dozen catfish, plenty for him and the two hounds. He thought about heading back home and taking the hounds out, check a few traps, maybe even do some hunting. But after being up most of last night, he felt tired. After the dogs had set to baying long before dawn, he'd been unable to get back to sleep. Just sort of lay there, trying to figure out what might have spooked them. When they jerked him awake with their first howl, he had recognized it right away. They were warning him. That was why he had lit the lantern and gone to the door. He hadn't seen anybody, hadn't even heard anything, but he'd still known someone was out there watching his cabin. As he had stood in the doorway peering out into the darkness, he heard an echo of his ma's voice whispering to him when he was just a boy. You can feel him, child. When he's around, you can feel him. And you gotta be careful, real careful, 'cause he's stronger than you, child. Never forget that. He's stronger. So even after the dogs finally quieted, Jake had stayed awake, the lantern turned low, waiting for the dawn to come. Finally, he had headed out in the rowboat, telling himself he was going fishing. But even in the daylight, his ma's words kept rolling around in his head. When he's around, you can feel him. Who'd she been talking about? When he was a little boy, he always figured it must have been Mr. Conway. But even back then, he'd never really been sure, because he never felt much of anything at all when he saw his ma's boss. Not until that night. That last night. Back when he was only a boy. Jake woke up to the smell of smoke and the flicker of candlelight and knew what his mama was doing. Getting ready to work her magic. Tonight he slipped out of the bed and went to stand by his mama, watching her as she prepared the effigy. To him, it looked like nothing more than a doll, and not really a very good one. But his mama had explained to him that it wasn't really a doll. With an effigy, you can make things happen to people, she had told him. Jake stared at the dead frog that lay on the table, its belly slit open. His mama laid a gentle hand on his head. You get on back to bed. You have to go to school in the morning. Jake slid back under the blanket, but a few minutes later, when his mama went out into the night, he pulled on his clothes and followed her. First she went down to the edge of the lake and squatted down amongst the reeds that grew there, hiding the frogs and turtles Jake liked to hunt. A low sound, exactly like the ones the frogs themselves made, rumbled from her throat, and she cast the carcass of the dead creature he'd seen on the kitchen table back into the murky water. As the ripples spread out, she stood up, muttering softly. Then, carrying the effigy doll with her, she walked slowly through the night, pausing here and there to whisper a muttered prayer, break a twig from a bush, or pick up some object from the path. "All of them have magic," she had explained to Jake. "Every living thing has magic, and every dead thing, too. You just have to know how to use it." Tonight his mama had gathered so many things that Jake was sure she was planning to use the most powerful magic she knew. They stepped out of the woods, and Jake knew where they were. The huge house, the house where his mother worked every day, loomed before him, and it dawned on him what magic she was practicing tonight. As he cowered in the deep shadows by the carriage house, his mother stepped out. She paced slowly, her head down. Then, a soft chant welling up from inside her, she began circling, until at last she was slowly spinning over a single spot. Her spinning slowed further, then stopped. She lowered herself until she was sitting cross-legged on the ground. She began removing things from the pockets of her dress. First came the effigy doll, which she lay before her, its head pointing toward the great house. Then a knife, its blade glinting in the moonlight. Some bones, picked clean, she laid in a circle around her. Then came stones and bits of moss, some leaves, and a handful of dust. She spread it all before her incantations growing even louder. A light went on inside the house. A door opened, and a man stepped out.
"Eulalie, is that you out there?"
Jake recognized the voice. It was Mr. Conway, Miss Cora's husband, the man who owned the house, the man his mama worked for. When his mama didn't answer, George Conway came out into the yard. Then he was standing above Jake's mama.
"Take your junk and go home, Eulalie," George Conway commanded.
Jake held his breath, waiting for his mama to scuttle away. But instead, her eyes fixed on Conway's.
"Evil,"
her voice intoned.
"Evil everywhere. Evil in your house and evil in you."
She held up the effigy doll then and shook it in his face.
"It's in here now."
She snatched up the knife.
"Soon I'm cutting it out, cutting it all out."
George Conway glowered down.
"Don't threaten me, Lady Cumberland. Don't you dare threaten me." "Ain't a threat. I'm promising you, by the next moonrise, the evil will be gone from this place."
George Conway turned away from her and strode toward the carriage house. After what seemed an eternity, he reappeared, carrying something in his right hand.
"I'm telling you for the last time, Eulalie,"
Jake heard Conway say.
"Go home."
But his mama didn't budge, and when George Conway used both his hands to raise the object, water began to flow over his mama's head. Another second went by, and then the acrid odor hit Jake's nostrils. Not water, gasoline.
"Last chance, Eulalie,"
Jake heard George Conway say. Jake's mama peered up at the man.
"I ain't afraid of you, and I ain't afraid of what you've been messing with."
As her incantations began again, the flare of a match illuminated the face of George Conway. The man stepped back a pace. With no change in his expression, George Conway tossed the match into the puddle of gasoline that surrounded Eulalie Cumberland. There was a strange whooshing sound as the gasoline exploded into flames. Eulalie Cumberland made no sound at all as her clothes caught fire and the flames began eating away at her flesh, nor did she make any effort to save herself. In her left hand she held the effigy doll suspended from a noose she'd tied around its neck. In her right hand she still held the knife. While Jake and George Conway watched her, she plunged the knife deep into the body of the doll, then jerked it downward. As the thin cotton ripped open, the entrails of the frog poured forth from its belly. Eulalie Cumberland began to laugh. It was an unearthly sound, and even after she finally pitched forward into the flames, her laughter still seemed to hang in the night air. Jake, transfixed by horror, trembled in the darkness as the flames died slowly away. He watched as George Conway disposed of the remains of his mama, wrapping them in a thick blanket, then disappearing into the great dark house, carrying his burden with him. All through the night, Jake Cumberland stayed by the carriage house. He didn't tell anyone what he had seen, ever. But when he heard that they'd found George Conway the afternoon after his mother died, hanging from the magnolia tree behind his house, still clutching the knife he'd used to tear his own belly open, Jake heard something. He heard his mama laughing. At first glance, nothing looked different at his cabin. But then, when Jake got around to the back, he saw Red at the end of his chain, whimpering as he sniffed the ground around the end of the other chain. Lucky was gone. Jake strode forward and dropped down on one knee. "What happened, Red? What's been going on around here while I've been gone?" The dog whimpered eagerly and wriggled under Jake's touch, but then went back to sniffing the ground. Frowning, Jake tested the clasp he'd attached to Lucky's collar. Nothing wrong with it. Nor was there any sign of the collar. "Where is he, Red? Huh? Where'd he go?" Snapping the chain off Red's collar, Jake stood up. "Find Lucky," he instructed. "Show me where he is." The dog dashed around the corner of the cabin, and a moment later Jake found him sniffing and scratching at the door. Mounting the porch, Jake hesitated. Why would Lucky be inside the cabin? An icy chill came over Jake, but he opened the door to his house. And there was Lucky. The dog lay on the table, its belly slit, its entrails spilling over and hanging nearly to the floor. At Jake's feet, Red whined softly and pressed close. "Oh, Jesus, Lord, who did this?" Jake reached out and gently stroked the dog's muzzle. Then his eyes fell on the dog's right foreleg. The paw was missing, severed neatly, leaving the leg to end in a bloody stump. "Too late," Jake thought. "It's already too late." At 6:05, Scout stood up and a low growl rumbled in his throat. All of them except Molly stopped eating as the big dog moved toward the kitchen door. They heard the front door open and close. "Jared," Janet called out. "We're in the kitchen. Supper's on the table." She got up to serve her son's plate, but she saw that Jared wasn't alone. Behind him was the boy she remembered from when they'd been moving into the house. Luke, that was it. Her eyes shifted back to her son. "You should have called. If I had known you were bringing a friend home, I'd have made enough to feed him." "It's okay. We got some pizza downtown. We're just going to go up to my room and listen to some music, okay?" He and his friend disappeared back through the dining room. "See?" Kim said. "I told you Jared was acting weird." A thunder of music rolled through the house, a hard, pounding rap. Molly wailed, and Janet rose from the table. "I'll make him turn it down," she began, but Ted was already on his feet. "You take care of Molly. It's going to be bad enough having me tell him to keep it down. If it's you, he'll die of embarrassment." Ted headed upstairs. A few seconds later, the music was cut short, and Molly's anguished howls settled into quiet sniffling. When Ted returned, Janet waited for the music to start up again, but the silence held. "Would you mind telling me how you did that?" she asked. "Simple. I made a deal." "What kind of deal?" Ted grinned at her. "Probably shouldn't tell you. Guy thing. But I gave him one of the rooms in the basement." Janet stared blankly at her husband. "I don't get it." Ted shrugged. "Think about it. Jared's 15, right? Just the age when kids like that kind of music." "I don't," Kim interjected. "At least I don't like it so loud it hurts your ears."
But your brother obviously does. So, since we're going to be having paying guests around here, I'm moving Jared into the basement. I told him he could fix it up any way he wants, as long as he makes it soundproof. He winds up with his privacy, and we wind up with one more room to rent."
Kim protested. "What if I wanted a room downstairs?" Her father looked at her blandly.
"Do you?"
Kim thought about the dark cavern downstairs with the rabbit warren of dusty rooms. Unable to hide the shudder that ran over her, she shook her head. "No."
"Didn't think so," her father replied, winking at Janet.
October. Janet climbed down off the ladder and stepped back to survey her work. When it was finished, the mural would cover most of one wall of the dining room. When she first told Ted her idea of doing the trompe-l'oeil, making the long dining room wall opposite the French doors appear to open out onto another far more formal garden from long past, she confessed that she'd almost given up on it before she even started. "It's a whole different technique. You have to know everything about perspective and lighting and
mostly you have to have the ability to put what you see on the canvas," Ted had interrupted. "I might not know much about art, but even just in black and white, I feel as if I could walk right into that garden."
She eyed the image on the canvas as objectively as she could, and knew he was right. It was good. But still, the task of expanding it, what if she couldn't do it?
"The worst that can happen is that you make a mess and we paint it over. What have you got to lose?"
"Time," she reminded him. But Ted had had an answer for that, too.
"Time is the one thing we're not lacking. Don't forget, there isn't any deadline for opening the hotel. All the trust says is that I have to be living here. It's my idea to turn it into a business, and there's plenty of money in the accounts to hire people if I need to, so why not give the mural a try?"
He had led her through the house to the cavernous dining room. He had stripped the walls of their peeling wallpaper only the day before.
"Maybe it's just the way you did the drawing, but I keep seeing a night scene. And when people look at that wall, they'll see what it must have been like here a century ago with all those perfect formal gardens, maybe with a reflecting pool and moonlight."
He stopped and looked worried.
"Am I biting off more than you can chew?"
Janet shook her head. "If I could do it right, and it were lit right, it could be gorgeous at night. But what about breakfast and lunch?"
"We'll build a breakfast room,"
Ted had told her. And for the next hour he led her from room to room describing the visions in his head. As she listened, Janet too began to see the elegant little hotel he wanted to build.
"So, how about it? What's wrong with you trying to do something wonderful with that wall?"
She started the next day, elaborating on that first sketch she'd made. By the end of the morning, she had finished a drawing that he assured her was exactly what he had had in mind. And Janet decided that the drawing was good. Right after lunch, she set to work, expanding it onto the huge dining room wall. Within a couple of days, she realized that Ted was right. She could do it. Slowly, the image took form, and as she worked, new ideas came to her. The painting seemed to take on a life of its own. Now, even though the mural was still far from complete, the illusion was starting to emerge. She heard Ted come up from the basement. For a moment, she felt all the automatic responses that had become almost instinctual in her. The flush of apprehension as she waited to see how much he had had to drink, the reflexive shrinking away from the alcohol on his breath and the roughness of his touch, the measuring of the anger he always carried with him. But since that morning 6 weeks ago, when he rid the house of alcohol, all of that had changed. Slowly, Janet had let down her guard. Now, as she felt him behind her, she found herself looking forward to his touch rather than dreading it. She snuggled back against his chest as he slipped his arms around her.
"Where's Molly?"
"Sound asleep," Janet replied. "I put her down half an hour ago." Ted's fingers gently caressed her breasts.
How long will she sleep?"
"Maybe an hour." Janet twisted in his arms and put her own around his neck. "Think that'll be long enough?"
"Not by half." Want to go upstairs?
Janet thought of the 100 things that needed to be done. I can't think of anything I'd rather do. He swept her up in his arms and started across the foyer toward the stairs. What are you doing? If you drop me, so help me, I'll... The front door opened then, and they heard Kim's voice. Mom? Dad, what's wrong? How come you're carrying Mom?
Damn,
Ted swore. Janet froze, waiting for the explosion. But when he spoke again, his voice was low.
There goes a perfectly good ravishing. But just wait until later when the children are locked in their rooms.
He kissed her and lowered her to the stairs.
Nothing's wrong, he told Kim. How was school?
Kim's face clouded.
Okay, I guess.
Her voice giving the lie to her words. What happened? Janet asked.
Just Jared and Luke. They were acting like jerks.
So what exactly did he do? Kim hesitated.
I don't know what's going on with him, but something's wrong. He's just not like himself.
The phone rang, and Janet picked it up. A moment later, she mouthed, Father Bernard, at Ted. The conversation was brief.
The principal wants to see us, she said as she put the phone down. Jared won't be home for a while.
Ted's brows rose.
What's he doing?
Cleaning the church. Father Bernard decided that if they didn't see fit to get to class on time, they might as well find out how they would enjoy being janitors, since, as he put it, that's about all either of them will be fit for if they don't straighten up. Ted's eyes flashed with the sudden fury of his drinking days. They cleared quickly, but when he spoke, his voice was harsh.
Well, I suppose Father knows best, doesn't he?
Monsignor Devlin rose slowly to his feet, his joints aching from the hours he had spent sitting motionless within the tiny confessional. Today, his peace had been disturbed. While he'd tried his best to close his consciousness to the sound of the two boys cleaning the church, their profanities destroyed his contemplation. Once he'd felt a draft seeping through the confessional's grillwork and glanced up to see one of the boys passing his retreat. Though he'd never seen the boy before, he recognized him at once. He had the features of all the Conways, so that even the tiny glimpse of the nephew reminded him of the great-uncle, George Conway. After Jared Conway passed his way, Monsignor Devlin was unable to concentrate on his devotions, for the words written in the Bible that Cora Conway had entrusted to him kept rising up from his memory, chilling his soul. After finishing Loretta Villiers Conway's last words, he had put the Bible aside. Yet today, after glimpsing Cora Conway's great-nephew, he had come to realize that Cora must have wanted him to read the words her husband's ancestors had written. Why else would she have entrusted the family Bible to him? Leaving the boys alone in the church and returning to the rectory, he climbed laboriously to his room, opened Cora Conway's Bible, and set to work. The entry after Loretta Villiers Conway's was written in a hand so unsure it was barely legible. A date, almost obliterated by an ink blot, was scrawled at the top of the page. August 22nd, 1912.
Miss Loretta gave me this Bible the day she died. I could not read or write then, but I learned some in the years since because this is the family Bible and my girl Francie is part of the family. My girl Lucy was part of it too, but she died birthing. Anyways, that's what Mr. Frank said, but I don't believe him. I think maybe he killed her.
Bessie Delacourt stared at the writing she'd put in the Bible for several long minutes. Maybe she shouldn't have said what she said about Mr. Frank killing Lucy the day she was born, but in her heart she knew it was true. But if Mr. Frank ever saw what she'd written, he'd probably kill her. And maybe Francie too. Every year since Francie was born, Bessie had sworn she would take her little girl and move north, but she never had. She didn't know anyone outside of St. Albans, and when it came right down to it, she was even more scared of going than she was of staying. For now, though, there was too much to do to waste time on something so fleeting as hope. With Mr. Frank getting married tomorrow, the house had to be cleaned and the feast prepared. Old Monsignor Melchior,
who didn't look any older than Mr. Frank even though he was 78, had ordered all of the silver and all of the crystal to be polished for the wedding, which meant Bessie and Francie would be up all night. But there was one thing she had to do. Closing the Bible, Bessie wrapped it in a towel, then listened for any sound outside her room. Silence. She stole out into the narrow corridor, then moved along the mezzanine until she came to the room in which Mr. Frank's bride was staying. Glancing around, Bessie slipped inside. The room's occupant was lying on a chaise near the open window. Bessie unwrapped the Bible and placed it in Abigail Smithers' hands.
I've been holding this. I've been holding it for near on to 14 years. It be yours now.
Abigail started to open the thick volume, but Bessie laid her hand gently on the other woman's, staying it.
It's for later, Bessie said. You don't want to be reading it now, not the day before your wedding.
Abigail's eyes fixed on the servant.
Then when should I read it?
Bessie Delacourt straightened up.
You'll know.
As Bessie left the room, Abigail Smithers gazed apprehensively at the Bible. Carrying the Bible to the trunk she'd brought with her from Baton Rouge, she buried it deep beneath her trousseau. The servant was probably right. She would know when to read the entries in the Bible, but it certainly was not today, or tomorrow either. Bessie Delacourt polished the last smudge off the last pendant of the immense chandelier that hung over the dining room. The clock in the library was tolling the hour of midnight. Bone-weary, that's what she was. Just plain bone-weary. She was just leaning over to pick up the bucket when she heard the voice. "Leave it." She jerked upright, startled. Framed by the double doors that led to the house's central hall was Francis Conway. Mr. Frank, Francie's father. "It's time," he said as the last toll of the hour died away. "Come with me." She wanted to turn away from Frank Conway, to run away from this house, to take Francie and flee before it was too late. But she knew she could not, because the moment Frank Conway had spoken, Bessie had looked into his eyes. It was like they could just reach out and take hold of her, making her do things she'd never do if it was left up to her. Now she followed him through the door that led to the basement stairs, down the stairs, through the door that was always locked, that only Mr. Frank and Monsignor Melchior could open, into the darkness that was pierced only by the light of a few candles. But even in the light of the candles, Bessie Delacourt could see the countenance of Monsignor Melchior glowering at her, and see the glint of light that reflected from the blade of the knife he held in his hands. Instinctively, Bessie knew what was about to happen to her. The same thing that had happened to little Lucinda, her precious Lucy, whom she'd barely seen before Mr. Frank had taken her away. As Mr. Frank laid her on the table behind which Monsignor Melchior stood, Bessie felt no fear, felt no urge to scream out. But she knew, as she watched Monsignor Melchior raise the knife above her, that she would not run away with Francie next year. Instead, she would go this very minute to join Lucy. Sighing heavily, Monsignor Devlin put the Bible aside. Later, he would continue reading the rest of the entries, but for now he turned to the histories of his own church, the parish of St. Albans, searching for some clue as to who this Monsignor Melchior could have been, this man who by the title associated with his name must once have been a priest who had broken his vows and abandoned his vocation, yet kept his title. Why? He gazed dispiritedly at the thick journals filled with the scribblings of all the priests who had preceded him in St. Albans. He would need help. Father McNeil. Of course. He would talk to Father McNeil, whose mind was much younger and sharper than his own. Feeling as if a burden had been lifted from his back, Monsignor Devlin let his tired eyes close and quickly drifted into the quiet of sleep. It was nearly 6 when the back door opened and Jared entered the kitchen. Recently, he'd been disappearing downstairs as soon as he came home from school and staying there until supper time. And after supper, unless he went off to meet Luke somewhere, he'd vanish back downstairs.
A gulf had formed between Jared and the rest of the family, and it seemed to be widening every day. Now, as Jared passed through the kitchen on his way to the dining room beyond, he didn't even speak to Janet, not even to say hello. "Jared?" He stopped, but didn't turn around. "Look at me, please." He turned to face her. "Father Bernard called me this afternoon." Jared shrugged.
So?
"So? Is that all you can say?"
What do you want me to say? Sister Clarence got pissed off at me for being late, and so did Father Bernard, so I spent the afternoon cleaning the church. That's my problem, not yours.
Janet's eyes narrowed. "Your problems are my problems. I'm your mother." Jared's eyes flashed with sudden fury.
Geez, Mom, I'm not a little kid. I'm almost 16 years old.
"And until we came here, you've never gotten in trouble at school."
I'd think you'd be proud of that instead of climbing all over my back. I'm going down to my room. Jared, when I'm talking to you,
He was gone. Catching sight of Molly, whose eyes were wide with worry, Janet scooped the little girl into her arms. "It's all right, sweetheart. Mommy's not mad at you, and neither is Jared. Nobody's mad at you." Janet walked into the library and turned the little girl over to her father. "How about looking after Molly for a few minutes? I have to deal with Jared." "Maybe I should take care of it." But Janet shook her head. "This is between him and me. Besides, I'm finally going to get a look at his room." "Okay, but I warn you, teenage boys' rooms can get pretty weird." "Whatever I find, I'm sure I'll be able to cope with it." She headed for the basement. She paused at Jared's door, then knocked softly. A silence, then,
It's not locked.
Twisting the knob, she pushed the door open, stepped forward, then stopped short. For a single, utterly disoriented moment, Janet felt as if she'd stepped into a void. The room was painted black, a dull, flat black that absorbed practically every ray of light the overhead lamp put out. The rafters had disappeared. Jared, or more likely Ted, had filled the spaces between them with sound-deadening insulation held in place by sheets of plywood painted black. The bulb that had once been suspended from a hanging wire was now screwed into a socket mounted on the ceiling, and it was covered by a shade, a red paper lantern, which only served to cast a fiery glow over the room. Janet's eyes swept the rest of the room. There was a bed in one corner, at least most of a bed, for Jared hadn't bothered to put a frame under the box springs and mattress he and Luke had dragged down from the second floor. There were a couple of other mattresses that were half folded up the walls to form rudimentary sofas. There was a large table, and Jared had built what looked like some kind of workbench along the wall opposite the windows. Against another wall stood an armoire and a chest of drawers. The windows were covered with black paper. How can he stand it, she wondered. No light, no air, a musty odor. But she checked herself, remembering her purpose. Jared glared at her.
I like it, okay? And Dad said I could do anything with it I wanted to, as long as you couldn't hear my music upstairs.
But I'm sure he didn't mean...
Can you hear anything? Do I bother you?
No, but...
Then what's wrong with it?
I guess nothing's wrong with it. Truce, okay? I'm just worried about you, that's all. It seems like ever since we came here, you're... different, that's all. And I'm worried about you.
Just leave me alone, okay, Ma? Just leave me alone.
A painful memory broke into Janet's consciousness. His father, she thought. He sounds just like his father. Was it possible Jared had begun drinking? She scanned the room once more, this time searching for a bottle or a glass. Drugs? She sniffed the air. Jared wouldn't take drugs, would he? Certainly she wouldn't have thought so a few weeks ago. Jared had lived through his father's drinking, and the children of alcoholics were far more likely to fall victim to the disease than those who hadn't grown up with it. Not Jared, she prayed silently. Oh, God, please, don't let it happen to Jared. She wanted to reach out to her son, to hold him, but once again she saw the fury glowing in his eyes. Right now, she knew, there was no use trying to talk to him at all. Right now, he was his father's son. Okay, I'll call you when supper's ready. She backed out of the room, closed the door, and started up the stairs. She was halfway up when she heard the sound of the lock clicking. Locking me out, she thought bleakly. Locking me out of his life. Supper that evening turned into an eerie echo of all the suppers the Conways had survived when Ted was drinking. Molly, picking up on the mood at the table, quickly began fussing. Then, halfway through the meal, she picked up a fistful of mashed potatoes and hurled it at her brother. Janet and Kim both froze, their eyes meeting. Jared looked up at his baby sister. Molly smiled happily and waited to see what Jared would do. But as Kim and Janet watched, and Jared's eyes fixed on his baby sister, the smile faded from Molly's face, and then she began screaming. Janet rose from her chair, but before she could get to Molly, Ted had boosted the little girl out of the high chair and was cradling her against his chest.
There, sweetheart, it's okay, Molly. Daddy's here, and nothing's going to hurt you.
Janet turned furiously on Jared. What did you do? What did you do that made her start screaming like that?
Me? I didn't do anything. She's the one who threw the food. Why don't you get mad at her?
Standing, he stalked out of the kitchen. Scout tensed, then snarled at Jared.
Shut up,
Jared told the dog.
Don't even think about it.
Scout cowered back. When Jared was gone, Janet turned to Kim, whose face was ashen.
What is it, Kim? Did you see what happened? I don't know. It was just the way he looked at Molly. He looked like he wanted to kill her, Mom.
Kim fled from the kitchen. Janet turned to her husband. Do you still think everything is just fine with Jared?
Take it easy, hon. It was just a little squabble.
Little squabble? Molly was scared to death.
All Jared did was glare at her. Consider yourself lucky. We could have had a major food fight on our hands.
For God's sake, Ted. He terrified Molly. He even terrified Scout.
And have you seen his room? What is he doing down there? It looks like... Oh, God, I don't know what it looks like.
There's nothing wrong with Jared,
Ted assured her again.
He's just a perfectly normal teenage boy. We've been incredibly lucky.
His finger stroked her cheek, and she felt a thrill run through her body.
When I think about the problems we could have had...
He was just bending over to kiss her when there was a loud knocking at the back door.
Don't move. I'll be right back.
Ted opened the door and saw Luke Roberts standing nervously on the porch.
Is Jared here?
Down in his room.
Ted held the door wide open so Luke could come in. The boy hurried through the kitchen, barely nodding to Janet, and disappeared toward the basement. As soon as he was gone, Ted's arms were once more around his wife.
Told you I'd be right back.
Janet looked worriedly up into his face. After the trouble they got into at school, don't you think we ought to send Luke home, at least tonight? Once again, Ted's eyes sought out her own and held them.
If we did, Jared would be gone in an hour. Better to know where they are, don't you think?
But...
No buts. Let's just clean up the kitchen and put Molly to bed, and maybe I'll put you to bed, too.
When Luke arrived, Jared was taking a bunch of candles out of the big cabinet and setting them up on the workbench. Luke flopped down on one of the mattresses, dug into his pants for a joint. He and Jared each took a hit or two, while Luke told Jared about the fight he had had with his mom. After that, Jared lit the candles, and some incense to cover the smell of the joint just in case. He turned on some music, and Luke began to see strange patterns emerging from the blackness on the walls.
Cool, man. How'd you do that?
Do what?
Jared countered.
That stuff on the walls?
Jared looked at him.
What are you talking about? What stuff?
Luke frowned, confused. Was Jared putting him on? Or was he actually starting to see things?
Tell me what you see, Jared said.
Though his voice was barely audible above the pounding music, the words resonated in Luke's head with the authority of a command.
Tell me what you see, he repeated. And tell me what you want.
Luke concentrated on the strange patterns that seemed to be floating in nothingness in front of the black wall.
Fluorescent paint, he thought. Cool.
The patterns began moving, their colors, hot pinks and brilliant greens, transmuting before his eyes into a rainbow of hues in ever-shifting shapes. The fumes of the incense filled his nostrils, the candles flared brighter, and the floating patterns took on a blinding brilliance.
What's going on, man? Jeez, I can hardly see.
Watch, Jared commanded.
Keep watching.
and think about what you want. Anything you want. Anything at all.
The patterns of color began to pulsate, swelling to fill the entire room. A golden cross appeared above the workbench. Luke realized it was spinning. Spinning, and upside down. And there was something on it, some figure he couldn't quite make out. He wished the cross were spinning slower so he could see more clearly. Even as the thought formed in his mind, the spinning began to slow.
Weird, Jared thought. Where's it all coming from? It wasn't the grass. There'd only been enough left of the joint for a couple of quick hits. So if it wasn't the grass, where was it all coming from? The light, the sounds, the voices. None of it was real. It couldn't be. There wasn't any place in the room the light could be coming from, since the one bulb hanging from the ceiling wasn't even on. And there was no way the candles could be making the room look the way it did. Still, when he set up the candles, he had kept changing them around. It was almost like there'd been something inside his head, some pattern, telling him exactly how to set them up. And he kept adjusting them until he knew, just somehow knew, that they were right. Then he lit them and dropped down onto the mattress. And it had all begun. The music from his boombox had taken on a different sound, and he heard wailing notes that sounded almost like human voices. And weird patterns started to emerge from the black walls, and a strange glow began to suffuse the room. It started as nothing more than a speck of light hovering in the center of the room, which had slowly grown, swelling until it filled the space, then somehow kept on expanding. The walls faded away, and it seemed he was in some kind of cathedral. That was when he started hearing the voices. After a while, a couple of them were clear enough to recognize. Kim's voice. She was calling out to him, but sounded so far away that he could barely hear her. Luke's voice was much closer, but then as he listened, he realized it wasn't actually Luke's voice he was hearing. It was his mind. Somehow, he was listening to Luke Roberts' thoughts. Then he began to see the things Luke was seeing and feel Luke's emotions. Luke was angry. Jared could feel his friend's fury, even see it. But what was he angry about? An image flashed into Jared's mind. A woman. Luke's mother. And as he saw what Luke was seeing and felt what Luke was feeling, Luke's anger became his own. Jared! Kim called out, but her voice sounded almost inaudible. She called out again, louder. Jared! Where was he? Kim took a tentative step forward, searching for some sign of him, but she could barely see in the misty darkness that had closed around her. Where could he have gone? He'd been there just a minute or so ago. She was sure of it. They'd been looking around the old house, and then suddenly he'd vanished. A trick. That was it. He was just playing a trick on her. Finally, she forced herself to grope her way through the dark fog. Something brushed at her fingers, and she jerked it away. Then she felt the touch again, only this time it was her legs that the thing brushed against. Why couldn't she see? Though there wasn't much light, there should have been enough for her to see something other than the swirling mist that floated around her. She gasped as the thing brushed up against her again. Her heart racing, she instinctively reached down to shove away whatever it was. Her fingers sank into fur. The soft, wonderful feel of Scout's thick golden coat was Scout she'd touched, Scout she'd felt brushing against her. Dropping to her knees, she pulled him close. Where's Jared? Where is he, Scout? Find him for me. The dog stiffened and twisted out of her arms, disappearing into the swirling mists. Follow him. She had to follow him. Scout! Scout, where are you? She began moving again, forcing her legs to carry her forward. A moment later, she felt something and began exploring it with her fingers. A door. She found the knob and pulled it open, stumbling through into a corridor. The mists thinned, and finally she could see. She wasn't in a corridor at all, but on the broad mezzanine that ringed the house's huge entry hall. The stairs, there they were, off to the right, and music was coming from somewhere below. Downstairs, that must be where Scout had gone. Kim hurried to the top of the stairs and started down, but the stairs seemed to go on forever, stretching away from her in endless repetition. She hurried her pace, racing down, and finally came to the bottom. The music was thundering in her ears now. It still seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere. It drew her forward until she stood at the top of the stairs leading to the basement.
She stared down into the dark abyss, seeing nothing but blackness. Blackness, and a single pool of light that seemed to fade away into the distance even as she gazed down at it. But that was where Jared had gone. She knew it, she could feel it, and if she wanted to find him, she had to go there too. Steeling herself, Kim started down into the darkness. The music grew louder with each step until it was throbbing painfully inside her head, but she kept going, for she was beginning to feel something else too. Jared. He was here, close by. She kept going deeper into the blackness. With each step, the pool of light seemed to recede, yet at the same time, it pulled her toward it. Jared! Jared, where are you? At last she came to a door, a closed door. She paused, part of her wanting to go through the door, while another part of her wanted to flee. But she reached out and took the knob and pushed the door open. The music swelled, and the brilliant light that broke from beyond the door blinded her. But then her vision cleared, and she gazed into the space that opened before her. The ceiling, which soared to a height that made her dizzy, was supported by huge black columns. Everywhere strangely etched panels hung, and Kim's eyes moved rapidly from one hanging to another. There was something familiar about them. Only when she saw what lay at the far end of the vast chamber did she realize what it was. Some kind of cathedral, but a cathedral unlike any she had ever entered. For instead of offering her peace and comfort, this vast emptiness was filled with a terrible despair. Then at the far end of the cathedral, above an enormous altar, she saw the cross. It hung upside down. Where the figure of Jesus should have been, Kim saw the form of a woman, hanging head downward, her face a visage of agony. On the altar itself, another figure lay, stretched prone on its back, gazing up toward the vaulted ceiling. And in front of the altar, a third figure stood, a tall figure, its arms raised and spread wide in a gesture of supplication, or of blessing. Even though the figure's back was to her, Kim recognized it at once. Jared. She took a step toward him, calling out his name. He turned. His eyes met hers, and Kim realized it wasn't Jared at all. The face was Jared's, but it wasn't Jared, for from the familiar form of her twin brother radiated an aura of something so strong, it was almost physical. It was evil. An evil so pure and unadulterated that for a moment Kim could do nothing more than stand paralyzed in the face of it. Suddenly she understood that it was the source of everything she'd seen and felt and heard. The suffocating gray mist, the force that guided her down the stairs and led her into the cathedral, the throbbing music, all of it was evil, pure and simple. And at the center of it was Jared. Now it reached out to her. She heard her name. Kim. Part of her wanted to answer the siren call. Kim. The evil drew closer, and before her eyes everything began to change. The light turned gray and cold, and now she could see that the great pillars soaring to the ceiling were made of bones. The images in the shimmering windows were visages of death. A terrible, paralyzing cold gripped Kim. Then, as if of its own volition, her right hand came up to close on the tiny golden cross, her aunt's deathbed gift. In an instant, the cold released her, and she turned, fleeing from the temple of death, plunging back into the darkness, stumbling up the stairs. Her heart pounding, Kim raced through the house and started up the great staircase to her room. The gray fog closed around her again, and then she could neither see nor hear. As the breath went out of her, and the gray faded to black, she uttered a single, silent scream. Then she gave herself up to the mists and the darkness.
She deserves it. She really deserves it.
Luke Roberts repeated the phrase over and over as he watched the face of the woman suspended head down on the inverted cross. His mother's face. He hadn't recognized it right away. All he'd seen was the pain in it, the agony. Everything about the face was distorted, but slowly Luke began to recognize his mother. As her features came into focus, so also did all the angry memories. Her fault. Everything was her fault. Her fault that they never had any money. Her fault that no matter what he did, Father McNeil always found out about it. It was probably even her fault that his father was dead. But now, Ellie Roberts,
was finally getting what she deserved.
His eyes met hers then, and he felt her silent accusation.
Why are you doing this to me?
Don't you like it? He silently taunted. Well, now you know how I feel when you're always picking at me.
His rage continued to grow until he was on his feet moving toward the altar. Drawing closer to the cross, he pointed directly at his mother's pain-ridden face.
Die! Die! Goddamn you, just die!
He dropped to his knees. His rage spent, his head dropped forward onto his chest, and his eyes closed. Luke's whole body trembled, then stilled, and finally depleted, he opened his eyes again. The candles Jared had arranged were guttering. One of them had already gone out. The visions he'd seen had vanished, leaving only the black-painted reality of the basement room. Luke's heart was hammering.
Jeez,
turning to gaze at Jared.
Where'd all that come from?
Where'd what come from? Jared asked. Luke frowned uncertainly.
Didn't you see it? It was like some kind of huge church or something. And there was a cross.
Haltingly, he tried to describe what he'd seen, what he'd felt, but even as he spoke, the details began to fade from his consciousness. And the anger. Then he looked at his watch.
1 o'clock? It wasn't possible. He'd only gotten here a little while ago. It couldn't have been more than an hour, could it?
He looked again. His watch hadn't changed, and he felt exhausted.
The church, that must be it. He must finally be feeling the effects of the hours he and Jared had spent cleaning the church that afternoon. I better get out of here.
Scrambling to his feet.
My mom's gonna kill...
The words died on his lips as a flicker of a memory rose in his mind. Something about his mom and what? Nothing. Whatever it was gone.
Better get going.
Jared waited until Luke was gone, then relit the candles on the workbench. Every detail of what Luke had seen was still etched sharply in his mind, as was every word Luke had uttered as he had stood pointing an accusing finger at his mother's image. Then Jared heard another voice.
No.
Kim's voice.
No, Jared, don't.
Jared hesitated, the match flickering above the only unlit candle on the workbench.
Don't do it, Jared. Please don't do it.
Jared lowered the match to the wick. The memory of Kim's words was lost as the blinding light expanded once more to fill the room.
Mommy, wanna see?
Janet lifted Molly out of the stroller and held her up so she could see the people milling around in front of Town Hall. Why had she let Ted talk her into bringing Molly? What possible interest could a meeting to discuss a zoning variance have for a 15-month-old? Still, what choice had there been? She had called 5 possible babysitters.
Jared can take care of her,
Ted suggested, but Janet shook her head, and she stuck to her position, though she could not bring herself to voice her growing mistrust of her own son. Mistrust. Where once she had felt nothing but a mother's normal surge of love when he came near her, now her guard went up, and she felt herself tense, the same way it used to be with Ted. She stopped short, realizing that it was a perfect description of how she felt. It was as if all the traits she had hated in Ted, which had vanished since they moved to St. Albans, had transferred themselves to Jared.
Honey, Ted said, you okay? Want me to take Molly?
Janet let Ted lift Molly out of her arms, and as the little girl clung to her father's neck, Janet tried to dismiss the strange idea, yet the idea only set its roots more deeply in Janet's mind.
Maybe I should wait outside with Molly,
Kim suggested. I don't think so, Janet replied. But if you don't want to go in...
I was hoping the whole family would be here, Ted said.
Then how come you didn't make Jared come?
Kim countered. Ted smiled sympathetically at his older daughter.
I'd sure appreciate it if you'd come in with us. If they see the whole family, how can they turn us down?
If they haven't already made up their minds, Janet fretted.
I'm sure some of them have, Ted agreed. But as Phil Ingstrom told us, we've got a better than 50-50 shot. You heard what he said. If they get to know all of us, he doesn't think they'll turn us down."
"Then maybe it's a good thing Jared's not here," Kim thought. Kim was about to start across the street when a horn blared, startling her. As her father's hand closed on her arm to pull her back onto the sidewalk, she looked up, then froze in horror. It happened so fast that she knew there was nothing that could have been done to stop it. The car was coming around the corner, and the woman was already in front of it by the time anyone saw her. The woman seemed frozen to the spot, her head turned toward the car that was about to strike her, her arm outstretched as if to fend off the vehicle. Then she turned. Now it seemed to Kim as if she were watching through a telescope. Though the woman was half a block away, Kim could see her face clearly. The woman's eyes were wide with terror. Her mouth was agape. And Kim recognized her. It was the woman she'd seen in her nightmare, the woman who had been suspended upside down from the cross in the strange cathedral. But how could that be? Then the horrifying tableau came to life. The car's horn blasted again. The woman screamed. The scream was cut off by a terrible thumping sound. The woman's body was lifted into the air, and a second later it dropped back, falling onto the hood of the car, where it glanced off the windshield and was hurled to the street. There was a screech of brakes, nearly lost in the screams of the crowd. In an instant, the woman on the street was surrounded. Kim could hear someone shouting for a doctor. Then she saw a priest kneel down by the woman and begin to pray. Father McNeil. Kim's father and mother started to move toward the fallen woman, and she moved along with them. But then some force made her pause. Jared, she could feel him. But where was he? Stopping, Kim scanned the area and saw nothing except the quickly growing crowd around the injured woman. Then she spotted him. Her brother was standing in the square, perhaps 50 feet away. He was not looking at her. He was looking at the woman who had just been struck by the car, looking at her and smiling. Mayor Phil Engstrom banged the gavel to bring the meeting to order, exactly 1 hour after it had originally been scheduled. An ambulance had arrived from the fire station around the corner less than a minute after the car struck Ellie Roberts, and she was rushed to the hospital no more than 5 minutes after she fell to the pavement. Phil himself had seen the accident, and in his eyes it had been quite simple. Ellie stepped out from between two cars to cross the street at exactly the same time that Clarie Van Waters turned the corner. To Phil, the accident had been an unfortunate confluence of Ellie not watching where she was going, and 80-year-old Clarie insisting on driving her ancient DeSoto years after her license should have been lifted. Nevertheless, the rumors began flying even before Ellie was taken to the hospital. It's not possible, Janet thought. Though she couldn't see the audience from her place in the front row, she could sense the change in the atmosphere of the room. Even Molly, who wriggled in her lap all through Father McNeil's speech, had settled down as if the sound of her father's voice was enough to calm her. Where did he learn to do this? Janet wondered as she watched Ted speak to the crowd. Soon after he began to speak, his eyes met her own. In that instant, as he talked about what their life had been like only a few weeks ago, she felt a sense of empathy so great that tears came to her eyes. "It's going to be okay, Mom," she heard Kim whisper. "Dad's going to make it all right." Janet could only nod, not trusting herself to speak.
"For as long as St. Albans has existed, my family has been here,"
Ted Conway finished. His voice reached out across the room, touching everyone there.
"All I'm asking is that you let me and my family be part of this community. I promise you'll never regret it."
As the audience gazed silently at him, Ted left the podium, shook Phil Engstrom's hand, and returned to his seat.
"Well," the mayor said, gazing out over the room and reading the shift in its mood, "I think we might as well take the vote."
He read the variance one more time, then looked at the crowd.
"All those in favor?"
Soon Phil Engstrom was gazing out at a sea of waving hands.
"Contra-minded?"
he asked, making no effort to hide his pleased smile. Father McNeil, Father Bernard, Sister Clarence, and 2 other nuns raised their hands.
"Well, then I think that's that," the mayor announced. "Congratulations, Ted. You have your variance."
A smattering of applause was interrupted when a figure rose at the back of the room.
"The work of the devil,"
Jake Cumberland proclaimed, his shaking finger pointing directly at Ted Conway.
"I'm telling you, this is the work of the devil."
The townspeople turned to the source of the outburst,
"Oh, for God's sake," Bo Simmons hooted when he recognized Jake. "Who let you in?" The tension broken, a wave of laughter broke over the room, and suddenly they were all on their feet, crowding around Ted and Janet, offering congratulations.
"She's been like this since a little after she arrived."
Nurse Sue Ellen Simmons looked down at Ellie Roberts' face. Ellie's complexion was ashen, and her eyes seemed to be focused on something off in the distance. Her right arm was in a cast, and there were a few abrasions on her face, but other than that, she was uninjured.
"I just don't understand it,"
Sue Ellen fretted.
"She was in shock when she came in, of course, but who wouldn't be? And she was talking. But when we asked her what happened, she got this look on her face, and she hasn't said a word since, not one word."
The meeting at Town Hall had ended half an hour ago. Father McNeil hadn't even taken the time to stop at the rectory before coming to the hospital to see Ellie, and when he'd told Sue Ellen that even her husband had voted for Ted Conway, she clucked her tongue.
"Something's going on. Bo told me himself there was no way he was voting for that variance."
"I'd like to talk to Ellie alone, if you don't mind."
"That might be the best thing for her, Father. If you need anything, I'll be right down the hall."
He waited until the nurse was gone, then pulled a chair close. Taking her hand in his, he patted it. Ellie, it's Father McNeil. Can you hear me?" Father McNeil felt a slight pressure on his hand and saw a flicker of movement in Ellie's eyes. "What is it? What happened, Ellie?" Her fingers tightened painfully on the priest's hand. When she finally spoke, her voice trembled.
"Evil. I've seen the face of evil, Father."
Father McNeil felt a chill. "It was only an accident, Ellie." Ellie shook her head.
No, you don't understand, Father. It wasn't an accident."
Tell me exactly what happened." Ellie Roberts tensed. She was waiting to cross the street, and she hadn't been careless. She looked both ways and saw Clarice's car coming around the corner. She could still remember the exact words that had gone through her mind. Here comes Clarice. Better stay on the curb until she's gone all the way past." But for some reason, she found herself stepping off the curb between two cars. She'd seen Clarice bearing down on her, but Ellie didn't stop. Couldn't stop. It was as if some force, some unseen power had pushed her out from between the cars. At the last second, twisting around, her eyes hunted for the source of the power that held her, and then she saw it. Jared Conway. And then, as Clarice's car bore down on her, he smiled. In an instant, his face changed. His lips twisted and stretched, and she saw sharp fangs jutting from bloodied gums. Saliva dripped from his mouth, and when his tongue flicked out, she could feel the sting of its forked tip, even though he stood 10 yards away. The single scream she uttered, the one cut off by the impact of Clarice's car, had less to do with her fear of the oncoming car than her shock and terror at the visage she had beheld. For she recognized the face of evil.
"The devil!"
She clung to Father McNeil's hand.
"That's what I saw, Father. The devil himself. He didn't get me, though, and tomorrow morning I'll be in church just like always."
"You don't have to do that, Ellie." But she shook her head.
"I do. I've looked on the devil himself, and now I need to look to God. I'll be there."
As Ellie Roberts dropped back against the pillow, exhausted, a series of images flicked through Father McNeil's mind. Bo Simmons, whose innate stubbornness had evaporated in the face of Ted Conway's mesmerizing speech. Jake Cumberland, rising to point an accusing finger at all of them, his voice nearly echoing what Ellie Roberts had just told him.
"The work of the devil. I'm telling you, this is the work of the devil."
Was it possible? Oh, surely it had to be something else. Jake was a superstitious man whose mother had filled his imagination with all kinds of tales as he'd grown up. Bo Simmons, for once in his life, might simply have changed his mind. And to Ellie Roberts, to have seen the devil in the body of a 15-year-old boy, surely it was impossible. And yet, deep inside, Father McNeil knew he was lying to himself. He knew that he believed every word she'd told him. She had seen the devil. He was right here in the heart of St. Albans, just as he'd always been. It was well past midnight, long after the hour that normally found Monsignor Devlin whispering the last prayers of the evening. On this night, though, he was consumed with the final pages of the Bible that Cora Conway had entrusted to his care. For a quarter of a century after Bessie Delacourt's scrawled entry, no one had written in the Bible at all. But then, Abigail Smithers Conway had continued the account of the Conway family. The story she had slowly unfolded was so painful that the old priest had been able to read only small pieces of it at a time. Tonight, though, he went back and read it through from the beginning. 15 May 1937. Today I opened this Bible for the first time. My purpose was only to record the death of my husband, Francis Conway, 3 days ago. I must now face the truth of the last 25 years. I believe I must have known that Bessie Delacourt did not leave my husband's house the night before our wedding to go to Atlanta, as he always told me. I chose to believe him that day, and in making that choice, I condemned myself to accept whatever he told me. Believing Frank, though, did not mean I was deaf to the whispers. Frank killed Bessie. I believe that just as I believe he killed Francesca's sister, his own daughter. I thought, hoped, that all the terrible things I have dreamed over the years were only nightmares. After my nightmares, I would hear the rumors. So many babies, little girls all, vanishing in the night. I always told myself the children never came to play with Philip and George because of other things. But after reading these papers, I know the truth. My sons had no friends because the other children's parents were afraid for them. It seems they were right. Philip must have known too, for he left when he was 15 and has not come back. I fear I shall never see him again. I do not know what the future holds, though I am sure that I, like Francesca, and her little daughter, Eulalie, will never be able to escape this place. I do not know about Francie's husband, Abraham Lincoln Cumberland. Seems a good man, but surely he must hate all of us. 1 November 1937. Abe Cumberland was hanged last night. The men came for him at midnight, wrapped in sheets, their torches filling the air with smoke. It was like one of my nightmares, and I screamed and screamed, hoping to wake up. I did not. Instead, I was condemned to watch little Eulalie, who was only 5, as my own son, George, helped the mob to lynch her father. They said Abe had stolen a baby and killed her. I do not believe it, for I saw that infant die in one of my dreams, and I saw my son holding the knife. But even now, I cannot bring myself to speak any of it aloud. 22nd January 1950. Eulalie Cumberland's child will be born soon. If it is a girl, I fear for what my son might do. As the pain struck her chest, the pen in Abigail Conway's hand skidded across the page. She cried out as the second stab of pain lashed through her. The door opened, and her daughter-in-law hurried in. "Mother Conway?" Laura asked. "What is it? Are you all right?" Abigail struggled against the pain and shook her head. Her hands trembling, she closed the Bible and repeated the same words to Cora that Bessie Delacourt had spoken to her. "You'll know when to read it." Once again the hot knives sliced her. "You'll know." As Cora Conway relieved her of the Bible, Abigail slumped in the chair. She deserted her body gratefully. Whatever eternity held for her could not be as terrible as the years she had spent in the Conway house.
So much evil,
Monsignor Devlin muttered as he finished the last entry, which had been written by Cora Conway a few days before her husband hanged himself, and her baby, along with Eulalie Cumberland, had vanished. Cora had done little more than describe Abigail's last moments and add a few cryptic words of her own. Perhaps Eulalie's magic can end the evil of the Conways. I doubt it, though, for I often wonder if it is not the Conways who are evil, but this house itself. And that was the end. Except for a few missing pages, the dark history of the family was complete. As he closed the Bible, Monsignor Devlin felt someone behind him and turned to find Father McNeil standing close to his chair.
So, Jake is one of them,
the younger priest said.
It's no wonder he hates them, is it?
Monsignor Devlin shook his head.
Nor can we blame him, can we?
Not waiting for any reply, he went on.
But we still don't know how it started, where it began.
Father McNeil was silent for a moment, and when he spoke, his voice was grim.
The work of the devil. That's what Jake called it at the meeting. The work of the devil. Maybe he's right.
Halloween. Father McNeil barely slept. When the first light of the sun crept through the window of his small room on the second floor of the rectory, he wished he could hide from the day, but he resisted temptation. He rose, pulled on his clothes, and went down to the kitchen. Putting on a pot of coffee, he went to the front door where the Sunday newspaper would be waiting. As he was bending down to pick up the paper, something caught his attention. Scanning the gardens, the churchyard, and the cemetery, nothing seemed amiss. But as he looked over at the cemetery a second time, he saw it. One of the mausoleums didn't look quite right. He could see that the door of the crypt was slightly ajar. Going back into the rectory, Father McNeil called the police department. Together, Father McNeil and Sheriff Ray Beckwith made their way through the cemetery until they were standing in front of the mausoleum. Now, though, they could see that it wasn't simply that the door had been opened. It had been defaced as well. Above the door, staining the white marble, was a blood-red pentagram.
"Oh, Jesus,"
Ray said softly.
"Who'd want to do a thing like that?"
The priest gazed at the pentagram in silence, and then the inscription beneath the crypt's door. George Conway, born July 29th, 1916, died June 4th, 1959.
"I'm afraid I can think of a lot of people who might want to do something like that," the priest said, his voice grim.
Beckwith's lips pursed.
"Do you want to take a look at the coffin?"
Together, the two men slid the coffin just far enough out of the crypt to reveal its broken latches. As Beckwith supported the weight of the coffin, Father McNeil carefully lifted the lid open and peered down into the moldering face of George Conway. As his eyes fell on the hands that had been crossed over Conway's chest, he gasped. The right hand was missing, severed at the wrist. Sliding the coffin back into the crypt, they closed the door carefully, then walked through the cemetery looking for other signs of vandalism. The graveyard appeared undisturbed until they came to the grave of Cora Conway. On a tree next to her grave, held in place by the sharpened end of a crucifix, was the skin of a dead cat, complete except for its head. Father McNeil recognized the profaned crucifix immediately. It had come from inside his own church. He turned to face the policeman. "We're going to find out who did this. We're going to find out, or I fear all our souls will burn in hell. Every single one of us." Father McNeil dressed for Mass with deliberation. Beyond the closed door of the vestry, he could hear the murmuring of the crowd gathering in the sanctuary. But this morning, he had heard the excited buzz of gossip. Of course, he had no one to blame but himself. He should never have called the police, at least not until he had investigated the vandalism in the cemetery himself. It might even have been all right if they had sent someone other than Ray Beckwith. He should have realized that Ray would be unable to hold anything back from Corinne. Father McNeil opened the vestry door and stepped into the sanctuary. The tenor of the buzzing changed and finally died away. He scanned the congregation. The church was crowded this morning, though he suspected that had more to do with the news of the desecration in the cemetery than it did with his own powers to preach. As he was still trying to decide what, if anything, to say, the door at the back of the church opened, and he saw 3 figures silhouetted. They stepped forward, the door closed, and for a moment they were lost in the shadows of the vestibule. Then Janet Conway, holding the hand of her little daughter Molly, stepped forward, dipped her fingers in the font, and dropped into a quick genuflection. Straightening, she looked for an empty pew. A moment later, Kim repeated the ritual her mother had just performed. Then Ted Conway stepped forward, slipping his arms almost protectively around his wife and older daughter. Father McNeil waited to see if Jared Conway would also appear. Heads turned to see at whom their priest was staring. When Jared didn't appear, Father McNeil finally let out his breath and waited to see what the Conways would do. Phil Engstrom rose, as if to leave, then looked directly at Ted Conway, and as the 2 men's eyes met, the priest saw something change. Phil Engstrom's face cleared, and he smiled at Conway.
"There's plenty of room here, Ted. Come and sit with us."
Stunned, Father McNeil watched as the Conways made their way down the aisle. Only as they edged into the Engstrom's pew did anyone speak.
If there's room in this church for them, then there isn't for me,
Ellie Roberts declared. Rising from her seat and limping heavily, she left the church. Father McNeil waited. No one else left. Then he turned his back to the congregation and began celebrating the Mass in the old tradition. When he finally turned to face the congregation, every one of them had closed their eyes as he recited the final benediction. Every one of them, except for one. Ted Conway's eyes were wide open, and they were blazing with undisguised hatred. Janet glanced at the clock on the wall of the big reception room in the parish hall. The Mass had ended an hour ago, but Ted insisted they stay for the hospitality hour. She stood with Marge Engstrom, pretending she didn't notice how few people approached them. All the goodwill she had felt after the town meeting had evaporated. "It's like they think we had something to do with what happened last night," she said as Ted and Phil finally came over to join them. Shortly after Mass was over, the Conways heard about the desecration of their uncle's tomb and the grisly object pinned to the tree. Though Kim refused even to look at the cat's hide, Janet and Ted identified it as Muffins. Tears streaked Kim's face when she learned the fate of her pet. Ted shook his head.
"It's not that so much as Ellie Roberts. She's telling everyone that Jared made her walk in front of that car."
"But that's stupid," Kim burst out. "I saw Jared, and he wasn't anywhere near Mrs. Roberts. Can we go home, Daddy? Please?"
Ted nodded.
"Sure. I don't think we're going to be able to bring any of these people around right now anyway."
They stepped out into the bright sunlight. Just being outside of the parish hall, Janet began to relax. But then Ray Beckwith stopped them before they'd even reached the sidewalk, and her anxiety came rolling back.
"Do you know where your son was last night, Mr. Conway?"
Ted's eyes fixed angrily on the officer.
"He was at home. Why?" "Now, don't get all het up. All you're trying to do is blame my son for vandalizing my uncle's mausoleum," Ted demanded. "Why shouldn't I get het up, as you so picturesquely put it?" "I'm not saying he did it,"
Beckwith began again, but once more Ted didn't let him finish.
"You're damn right you're not. And if you do, I'll slap a lawsuit on your ass so fast it'll make your head spin."
Ray Beckwith's face reddened.
"Now, you just hold your horses here, Conway. Hold your own damn horses," Ted shot back. "Since the moment we arrived, it seems like a lot of people have been trying to get us to go away. For starters, there's Jake Cumberland, right? The last time I saw him was at the town meeting where he was ranting about the devil. And speaking of the devil, why don't we talk about the church, too? It was Father McNeil who was talking against me at that meeting, wasn't it? And now there's been vandalism in the cemetery next to his church, but it was my uncle's crypt that was vandalized. So if I were you, Sheriff, I'd start asking Father McNeil and everyone else who's been whispering about us what they know about this."
Ray Beckwith stepped back.
"Yes, sir, Mr. Conway. I can understand your feelings, and I'll certainly look into every possibility."
Again, Ted fixed his gaze on the policeman.
"You see that you do."
He turned to Janet.
"Let's go home."
Father McNeil fairly trembled with rage.
He actually suggested you investigate me, and you took him seriously?
Ray Beckwith quailed before the priest's anger. They were seated in the priest's small office, where Father Bernard had joined them, as Beckwith attempted to piece together the sequence of events. The cross used to pin the cat's hide to that tree came from the side chapel in St. Ignatius. But the church had been locked last night. Father McNeil had unlocked it himself that morning. Jared Conway, Beckwith ascertained, had in fact been inside the church unsupervised. Hadn't Father Bernard checked on the work the boys had done? And if he had, how had he failed to notice that missing cross right away? Father Bernard admitted he hadn't actually examined the boys' work that afternoon. Beckwith turned to Father McNeil.
Seems to me at least one of you might have noticed if that cross had been missing.
Father McNeil started getting angry.
I'm in and out of the church 100 times a week. I can't possibly notice everything that's wrong.
But you noticed the crypt in the Conway mausoleum was open, Ray reminded him.
Father McNeil's face hardened.
Are you suggesting I might have vandalized the cemetery myself?
But Ray stuck to his guns.
I told you, Father McNeil, I'm just doing my job, and my job is to investigate what happened last night.
Father McNeil glared furiously at the policeman. What on earth could make Ray Beckwith suddenly speak to him as if he were a common criminal? Then he remembered glancing out the window of the parish hall just after Ted Conway led his family out. He had seen Conway talking to Ray. Ray obviously had fallen victim to the man's charm.
It's time for me to talk to that man myself, Father McNeil decided.
The disrepair that had given the house its darkly foreboding look was gone. So much so that Father McNeil wondered if it was possible that everything he had ever heard about the house had been untrue. But an instant later, as he started across the street, he felt it. It was as if an evil force was emanating from the house itself. A chill and something else. It was as if something unseen, unseeable, was waiting for him, preparing to attack him. As he drew closer, a wave of panic rose inside him. He forced it down, though, and with Father Bernard trailing after him, made himself mount the steps and ring the bell. From somewhere deep inside the house a chime sounded, and then a dog began barking. Janet Conway opened the door. She was bent down, clutching at the collar of a large golden retriever. The dog was still barking. "I'm sorry. I'm afraid—" Her words died on her lips as she recognized Father McNeil. Tightening her grip on the dog's collar, she pulled the door open farther. A wave of cold rolled through the gap. Father McNeil took an involuntary step back. "Is there something I can do for you?" Janet asked.
I wanted to have a few words with you, Father McNeil began, and your son, too.
As he uttered the words, the priest felt a wave of pure emotion break over him. Hatred. Something, or someone in this house hated him with a hatred so strong that once again he lurched back a step. Janet's frown deepened as the priest staggered backward. "Are you all right? Would you like to come in for a moment?" Father McNeil tried to take a step forward but could not. It was as if a wall blocked him.
I wanted a word with Jared.
Once again he tried to take a step toward the open front door, but it was no use.
He couldn't enter the house. Couldn't so much as set foot across the threshold.
"Jared?" Janet's eyes flicked from Father McNeil to Father Bernard. Both priests were sweating, and their faces were ashen. Before she could say anything else, Ted appeared behind her.
"Is there something we can do for you?"
His eyes fixed on Father McNeil. Once again the priest took an involuntary step backward.
"If we could just have a few words with Jared."
Ted Conway's eyes bored into the priest's.
"About?"
"Is he here?" the priest countered. I've just called Jared. What can it possibly hurt?" Without waiting for a reply from Ted, she hurried through the dining room and opened the door to the basement.
"Jared? Jared?"
When there was no response, she went down the steep flight of stairs and rapped on the closed door to his room. The door opened a crack. "Father McNeil and Father Bernard are here. They want to ask you some questions." Jared's expression clouded.
"What about?"
"Something happened at the cemetery last night, and Father McNeil thinks you might have something to do with it. All you have to do is tell him you didn't,
and that will be the end of it." Jared shrugged.
"Sure, I'll be up in a minute."
By the time Janet got back to the front door, Kim was standing at the bottom of the stairs.
"What do they want?"
"It's all right," Janet assured her. "They just want to talk to Jared. They'll be gone in a minute." Then Jared appeared, and as Father McNeil looked at the boy, a single thought, a single concept came into his mind. Death. Then, for just an instant, he saw a change in Jared Conway's face. The boy's eyes seemed to turn to slits, and his nostrils flared. It was as if the boy's physiognomy had begun to transform itself into something inhuman. But as quickly as it appeared, the vision was gone. The priest forced his gaze to meet the boy's. He spoke deliberately. "You took a cross from the church. You vandalized your uncle's tomb, and you pinned the skin of a dead cat to a tree with the cross."
"No!"
Kim cried out.
"Don't you dare say that. Jared would never have hurt—"
Before she could finish, though, Jared himself spoke.
"Go to hell."
Father McNeil felt an outpouring of hatred wash over him.
"You don't know anything about what I did last night,"
Jared went on.
"Stay away from here, or maybe you'll wind up with one of your precious crosses shoved right up your—"
"Jared," Janet cut in. "Don't you dare talk to Father McNeil like that."
"I'll talk to him any way I want,"
Jared shot back. Molly began to scream, and Janet quickly took her from Ted.
"I'm sorry,"
she blurted to the two priests. "I can't imagine—"
"Don't apologize,"
Jared burst out.
"You said he wanted to ask me some questions, so did you hear any questions?"
He moved forward, raising his hand to point a finger at the priest, and Father McNeil stumbled backward.
"Get away from here,"
Jared screamed.
"Get out of my house!"
Suddenly the finger turned into a talon, and the priest jerked away as it slashed out at him. His hands clutched at the crucifix hanging from his waist, and as he raised it, he heard a rasping voice emerge from the throat of the beast before him.
"Next time, I'll drive the cross through your heart, priest."
Father McNeil's gorge rose. Then, with a howling cackle of harsh laughter, the vision vanished.
"Just get out of our house,"
he heard Jared say again. The boy disappeared back inside.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what would make him say any of that.
Jared isn't like that. He's... Janet shook her head helplessly. Father McNeil barely heard her. His heartbeat was starting to slow. Finally, he was able to look at Ted. "I think I know what I came to find out," he said. Ted's gaze never wavered.
"You didn't come to find out anything. You think you already know, but you're wrong, Father. You don't know anything."
Taking Janet's elbow, he gently steered her back into the house and closed the door. Father McNeil stared at the closed door.
"Did you see it?"
he asked Father Bernard.
"Did you feel it?"
Father Bernard looked at him uncertainly. I'm not sure.
"Evil,"
Father McNeil breathed.
"You can see it. You can feel it."
Then, with Father Bernard beside him, he began the long walk back to the rectory. Ray Beckwith pulled his squad car up in front of Jake's weather-beaten cabin. The rowboat was hauled up, and Jake's dog was chained outside. As the hound began baying, Jake opened the door and stepped out onto the porch.
"Hey there, Jake,"
Ray called out as he got out of the car. Jake nodded but said nothing.
"How's it going? Nice afternoon, huh?"
Jake's face was an impassive mask.
"Don't think you came out here to talk about the weather. What do you want?" "Just got a couple of questions, that's all."
Ray nervously eyed the hound.
"Okay if I come up on the porch?"
Jake shrugged.
"Suit yourself." "I just wondered what you were doing last night, Jake,"
he said as he stepped up onto the porch.
"Figured,"
Jake replied.
"You're wanting to know if I had anything to do with what happened down at the cemetery last night. You heard about it?"
Jake shrugged and countered.
"Know anybody who didn't?" "So, where were you last night?" Ray asked. "I was out, tending my traps. Me and Red took off about 10. Didn't get home till near dawn."
Ray nodded, but when he spoke again, he watched Jake's reaction.
"Mind if I show you something?" "Don't mind at all." Ray went back to the squad car and returned a moment later carrying a package wrapped in black plastic.
Maybe we should go inside?
Jake led Ray into the tiny cabin. The officer laid the package on the table and opened it, exposing the cat's hide. As he pulled away the last piece of plastic, Ray kept his eyes on Jake Cumberland. The trapper winced as he saw the skin.
You've seen it before, Ray said.
Jake Cumberland's mind felt numb as he stared at the skin of the cat.
"What'll I do, Mama?"
he silently asked.
"What should I say?"
And Jake heard his mama's voice.
"He don't know nothing, Jake. He don't know nothing at all."
Don't reckon I have seen it before,
Jake said. The two men eyed each other.
Then you won't mind if I have a look around, will you? Ray asked.
Jake shrugged.
Don't make no never mind. Take a look if you want.
As Jake watched, Ray Beckwith searched the cabin. He checked the garbage first. Nothing. He moved on, opening and closing the few drawers and cupboards. Finally, his eyes fell on the trunk.
That locked?
Jake shook his head.
Nothing much in it except for my mama's stuff. Voodoo stuff?
The muscles in Jake's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Lifting the lid, Ray stared down at the collection of oddments. Beneath it, he saw a folded tablecloth, and beneath that, a jumble of cloths. He plunged his hands into the material. His fingers brushed against something furry. He lifted it out of the trunk. Rising to his feet, Ray turned to face Jake Cumberland. The trapper's eyes were fixed on the cat's head.
I don't know how that got in there. I swear I don't.
Ray wordlessly laid the head on the table next to the hide. The color match was perfect, as was the cut where the head had been separated from the hide. He faced Jake.
You want to tell me about it?
But Jake's expression had gone flat.
Nothing to tell. I was out tending my traps last night. Anybody at all could have snuck in here and put that in Mama's trunk.
Ray pursed his lips, nodding.
I guess that's true, but I guess you could have put it in there too now, couldn't you?
Without waiting for an answer, he went on.
I'm gonna have to take you in, Jake.
Janet stood back and eyed the mural critically. As she gazed at the trompe-l'oeil she'd created on the wall, she knew she shouldn't have tried to work at all, for the scene depicted beyond the faux French doors no longer seemed quite as real as it had this morning. Yet she couldn't put her finger on what was wrong. The perspective was right, and so was the lighting. Maybe something in the shadowy areas at the far side of the garden? Realizing how late it was, Janet abandoned her paints and went into the library. Ted was working at his desk. He looked up when she came in.
It's 11 o'clock, and Jared still isn't home.
Ted came around the desk, slipping his arms around her.
How about if I have a look around and see if I can spot him?
Janet looked anxiously into his eyes. Will you? I keep thinking I ought to call the police or the hospital.
Not yet. It's Halloween, and I'll bet, whatever he's doing, he's not planning to be back until midnight.
Which is exactly why I want him home. Of all nights for him to...
Tell you what, I'll go out and check the pizza parlor and the drive-in and swing by Luke Roberts' house. If I don't find him, we'll call the hospital. But I'm sure he's okay. Try to take it easy, at least until I get back, okay?
I'll try.
And go to bed. You're exhausted. Just relax. I'll find him.
After Ted was gone, Janet started upstairs. She had just come to the landing where the great staircase split when a wave of apprehension broke over her. Something was wrong. She held still, listening. Silence. Yet she still felt... What?
Stop it. It's nothing but nerves, because it's Halloween and Jared's not here, and suddenly everything seems to be going wrong again.
In the master bedroom, she undressed, put on a nightgown and robe, and slid into bed. Switching on the lamp, she picked up a magazine, and then she heard it. A sobbing sound, muffled and indistinct. At first she thought she had imagined it, but she heard it again. Then she heard the cry, "No!" Janet recognized Kim's voice. Racing to the far end of the hall, she twisted the knob of Kim's door, threw it open and flicked on the lights. She saw Kim huddled on her bed, sobbing, Her arms went around her daughter, pulling her close.
It's all right, Kimmy.
It was only a bad dream. I'm here.
It was Jared. Mom, it was awful. He killed Scout.
No, it was just a dream, Kim. It didn't really happen.
What's doing it, Mom? What's making me have these terrible dreams about Jared?
What dreams? Honey, what have you been dreaming? Kim hesitated, recalling images from her nightmares. Then slowly she began talking, telling her mother about the strange things she'd seen in her dreams.
But they weren't like dreams at all, Mom. They were so real. But it couldn't have happened, could it?
No, of course not. I know dreams can seem real, but they aren't. Come on, I'll show you. We'll go down to the kitchen and get Scout, and he can come up and sleep with you tonight, okay? Nodding, Kim let Janet lead her down into the kitchen. "Scout," Janet called out softly. There was only silence. Janet switched on the light. Scout's bed was empty. The cabin lay dark and hushed. Jake Cumberland's hound was perfectly still, flattened against the ground beneath the cabin's floor. He had neither moved nor made a single sound since he'd first scented the two figures stealing toward the house. Within the cabin's walls, 5 flickering candles on the table struggled to hold back the descending darkness. Luke Roberts stood next to Jared Conway, his unblinking eyes fixed on the object that lay on the table in the center of the pentagram formed by the candles. In his right hand, Jared held a knife. He lowered the knife toward the offering on the table, but just before he drove the blade into the creature's breast, Jared gazed one last time into its eyes.
"Don't,"
he heard his sister's voice inside his head.
"Oh, God, Jared, please don't. No."
Jared hesitated as Kim's voice tugged at him, tried to restrain him. But it was already too late. Jared plunged the knife into the dog's heart, and Scout's life ended. Now all that remained was to carry out the ceremony, to offer his pet to his new master. Plunging his hands into the gore within the slaughtered dog, he moved away from the table and began tracing patterns on the cabin's wall. And as he etched the design in blood, he muttered unintelligible curses, condemning the man who had lived his entire life within the cabin's shelter. Jake Cumberland's eyes flicked open in the darkness of his cell. He wasn't going to get out of jail. He already knew that. His mama had explained it to him when he was small.
"Don't ever do nothing that'll let 'em put you in jail,"
she had told him.
"'Cause once they gets you in, they ain't gonna be letting you out again."
Now, in the blackness of the Halloween midnight, he heard another voice, an evil voice whispering inside his head. "Do it yourself, Jake," the voice said. "Don't wait, Jake. Don't wait for morning. Do it now." Jake rose from the cot on which he lay and took off his pants. He began ripping at the denim, tearing the legs into strips. "You know what to do, Jake. Just do it. Do it now." Jake began braiding the strips of denim together, his fingers working the material easily. Soon he was done. The rope was nearly 6 feet long, plenty long enough to do what had to be done. "Now, Jake, do it now." Jake tied one end of the braided rope around his neck, then stood on the cot and reached up to the sprinkler pipe that ran across the cell's width. He tied the free end of the rope around it and tested the knot. It was solid. It would hold. "Die," the voice commanded. "Die right now." Jake Cumberland stepped off the edge of the cot. He dropped. The rope jerked tight. His body twitched. His feet kicked out. Then, in the darkness, he saw his mama. She was at the end of a tunnel, and her hand was held out to him. As Jake began hurrying toward his mother, the voice faded away. Jake Cumberland was dead. It was nearing midnight, but neither Monsignor Devlin nor Father McNeil was ready to give up their vigil. "It's Halloween," Father McNeil said. and something's going to happen. I can feel it."
"Perhaps you're wrong," the older priest had cautioned.
He rested a bony hand on the old Bible that Cora Conway had entrusted to him.
"Perhaps none of this means anything. Perhaps it's nothing more than the ramblings of unhappy women."
"You know that isn't true," Father McNeil replied. "And we haven't read it all. If we could find the missing pages—"
"They're gone," Devlin sighed. "I've already examined every page of the Bible twice. They simply aren't there."
The two priests had retired to Monsignor Devlin's small room, where Father McNeil had searched the entire Bible one more time. The missing leaves weren't there. Sighing heavily, he pushed the Bible away. As the book slid across the table, there was a crash as the small box behind it fell to the floor. He picked up the music box. "I'm so sorry. How could I have been so clumsy?"
"It's all right," Monsignor Devlin assured him. "It doesn't work anyway."
Frowning, Father McNeil opened the lid of the music box. There was a faint click as the mechanism engaged, but no music played.
"When I bought it, it played a truly frightening rendition of Ave Maria," Devlin chuckled. "I suspect Cora broke it deliberately."
"Cora?" McNeil echoed. "Cora Conway?" When Devlin nodded, Father McNeil turned the box over and examined its bottom. A winding key protruded through a brass plate. His pulse quickening, the priest hurried downstairs, returning with a screwdriver small enough to fit the screws on the music box. A minute later, he carefully lifted the brass plate, and there, folded, were the missing pages. His hands trembling, he unfolded them, smoothed them on the table, and began reading Loretta Villiers Conway's perfect script. October 31st, 1875.
It is my wedding day. I know I must marry Monsignor Melchior Conway, or suffer eternal damnation, for that is what both my father and the Monsignor have told me. The Monsignor came from Philadelphia 3 months ago. Our own priest asked him to come, so certain was he that I was possessed of the devil. It was during the time when I remember very little. What I do remember, I now record here. I was in the cellar when I noticed a strange mist rising from the earthen floor. As I breathed the mist, everything in the basement changed. All became golden, and images appeared before me, beautiful images. A being appeared, and touched me in a way I should not have permitted. I became ill the next day, and cannot bring myself to write the things they say I have done. They say I have been a wanton and committed mortal sins, which is why the Monsignor came from Philadelphia. At our first meeting, of which I have no clear memory, I took the Monsignor to the place where my illness began. The Monsignor insisted we go back the next night, and the night after that. My illness soon began to retreat. I am told that my health now depends on him. He will give up his religious vocation to marry me, which Father says I must do, though to marry a priest seems to me the gravest of blasphemies.
There was an inch of space in which nothing had been written, and then Loretta Villiers Conway's hand began again.
It is done. I am married to the Monsignor by his own authority. Sister Mary Anthony came to our house after supper, and she gave me a gift of 2 small crosses made of pure gold, which she said could protect me and one of my children. Then she begged God to forgive me my sins. I suspect that he will not, nor will he forgive Monsignor Melchior, for I believe I know the truth of what lies in our cellar. It is evil itself that resides deep within that hole, and I fear the Monsignor has become its servant. I have this day married the right hand of evil. The Monsignor has ceded himself, and the eldest sons of all the generations to come, to the evil that dwells beneath this house. And I know we shall prosper on this earth, but I know also that we are damned. damned for all eternity.
It was finally Monsignor Devlin who spoke.
An exorcism. So, that's how it started. An exorcism.
A failed exorcism, Father McNeil corrected. He came to banish Satan, but gave up his soul instead. The bells of St. Ignatius began to toll the darkest hour. Both priests shivered. An evil had been unleashed on St. Albans on a Halloween more than a century earlier. Now on this Halloween midnight, had it spread over the town once more? Kim was back in the great cathedral-like chamber. Far ahead of her, she once again beheld the inverted cross. Mesmerized, Kim moved toward it. As she did, the candle spread on the altar beneath the cross burst into flame. As the light grew, Kim saw the body of an animal on the altar. A dagger plunged through its heart, its blood dripping into a silver chalice. Two robed and hooded figures appeared at either end of the altar. They moved closer together, and for a moment her view of the altar and the cross was blocked. Then the two hooded figures stepped aside, and she once again beheld the cross. A tiny figure was affixed to it. Silver spikes had been driven through each wrist. A third punctured the child's feet. Blood dripped from a wound in the child's chest, oozing down the neck and face.
"Molly!"
Kim screamed out loud, and the two robed figures whirled around. Her father and her brother stood glowering at her, their faces contorted with hatred. She screamed again and jerked awake. For a moment her head swam. A dream, she told herself. It was only a dream. She eased herself back onto the pillow. But the faces of her father and brother kept looming up in the darkness, leering at her, almost taunting her. She turned over in bed, but still the dream stayed with her. Only now it was the twisted face of her baby sister she saw, hanging upside down from the inverted cross, her life slowly ebbing away. All Souls Day. Jake Cumberland's cabin looked peaceful enough when Corinne Beckwith pulled into the little clearing next to the lake. Jake's hound was lying in the dust and sat up when Corinne got out of the car.
"It's okay,"
she said, moving slowly toward the dog with one hand extended.
"I bet you're hungry, aren't you? Well, that's why I'm here. First we'll find you something to eat, then we'll start thinking about where you're going to live from now on."
Whining, the dog dropped down into the dust, and Corinne crouched beside it.
"I know. You're going to miss him, aren't you?"
Patting the dog once more, she stood up and turned toward the cabin. She moved to the window and peered inside. She saw the strange design smeared on the cabin's wall with some kind of rust-colored paint. Paint or blood? Feeling queasy, Corinne stepped off the porch, fished in her purse for her cell phone, and a moment later was talking to her husband.
"You better get out here, Ray. Something terrible went on in Jake's cabin last night, and after what happened in the jail, no one's going to be able to blame this mess on him."
20 minutes later, Ray Beckwith stood with Corinne in the center of Jake's shack, his expression grim as he studied the bloody symbols that stained the wall.
"Looks to me like someone was out here doing more of Jake's voodoo stuff last night."
Corinne nodded.
"What about Satanists?"
Ray Beckwith groaned.
"Now you're starting to sound like Father McNeil. Next thing you'll be trying to blame this on the Conways."
As Corinne watched, her husband repeated the search he had carried out the afternoon before. 2 minutes after he began, he lifted Scout's severed head from the trunk.
"Oh, Jesus, look at this."
"I know that dog. It belonged to Jared Conway."
Morning did nothing to dispel the terrors Kim had felt the night before. Although everything in the cavernous entry hall looked exactly as it had yesterday, it felt strangely ominous, even in the morning light. As she passed through the dining room on her way to the kitchen, she stopped to gaze at the trompe-l'oeil mural her mother was painting on the wall. Her mother seemed to have done something to the garden. Kim studied the mural for several minutes before she realized what had changed. The garden seemed to be dying. The flowers that appeared so perfectly fresh and lifelike only yesterday looked this morning as if they were starting to wilt. But why would her mother have done it? The mural now sent a somber mood over the room. Kim turned away. As she pushed open the kitchen door, she unconsciously braced herself against Scout's enthusiastic morning greeting. In the second it took for her to remember that Scout was no longer in the house, the strange feeling of unease she had had as she came downstairs notched up. Her father and brother were in the kitchen, standing at the counter, their backs to her. "Where's Mom?" she asked.
"I told her to sleep in this morning," her father said.
Had a look passed between her father and Jared? She cocked her head, frowning.
Is something going on? Something I don't know about?
This time she was certain that Jared glanced at his father. Then he grinned at her. The grin had an edge to it.
Going paranoid on us?
He asked. Kim felt herself blushing.
I'm not paranoid, I don't know, something just doesn't feel right.
That sure sounds like paranoia to me, doesn't it, Dad?
Kim's unease hardened into anger. Since when had Jared and Dad gotten so buddy-buddy?
I better go up and get Molly, she said.
She's still asleep, too, Ted said. She turned to look at him. You'd better just get ready for school, Kim. If you don't hurry, you're going to be late. All right?
Kim nodded silently and left the kitchen. It wasn't until she was a block away from the house that she remembered Molly and the dream she had had last night. She wondered if maybe she shouldn't go back to the house, just to be sure. But if she did, she would surely be late. And besides, the dream she had had last night was only that, just a dream, wasn't it? The two cars pulled to a stop in front of the Conway house, and both drivers got out. Corinne Beckwith started to follow Ray.
I think I can deal with this one alone, okay?
Ray pressed the doorbell. The door opened and Ted Conway appeared.
Hey, Ray, how's it going?
Then he spotted Corinne.
Don't tell me you and Corinne have let Father McNeil convince you that Jared's up to something.
Actually, it's a little more serious than that. He told Ted what had happened to Jake last night, and what he and Corinne had found in Jake's trunk.
And when she said you have a golden retriever, I figured I'd better come over here.
Ted Conway gazed steadily at the policeman.
So, you think Jared took his own dog out to Jake's place and killed it? That doesn't really make much sense, does it? Except, of course, that Scout is missing. Jared let him out right after he got home last night, and he didn't come back. You know how dogs are. Once they get that scent, there's no stopping them, is there?
Ray Beckwith shook his head.
No way.
He pulled a small notebook out.
You say it was Jared that let him out? That's right. In fact, I was with him. We were both in the kitchen. The minute Jared opened the door, Scout was off like a rocket.
And, what about your boy? He go out again? Ted shook his head.
It was already pretty late, and it was a school night, too. Besides, he wasn't feeling well. Went right to bed. We're keeping him home from school. But I'll tell you what. How about if I have him give you a call once he's feeling better? Then you can ask him anything you want.
Ray Beckwith closed the notebook.
Don't really see that that'll be necessary. Sounds like someone came across the dog and took him out to Jake's, used it for some kind of voodoo ceremony. I guess somebody really had it in for Jake. Or for us,
Ted Conway interjected. The sheriff frowned.
You mean Father Mac?
Ted Conway shrugged again.
You said that, Ray, not me.
Shaking hands with Ted, Ray strode off the porch.
Well,
Corinne asked.
Was it their dog?
Ray nodded.
But none of them had anything to do with it, babe. The dog took off last night, and the boy was in bed, sick. Still is.
Corinne's lips pursed suspiciously.
Did you see him?
I didn't need to see him. I can tell when someone's lying to me. Ted Conway wasn't lying.
Ted Conway was still standing on the porch, and as his eyes met hers, suddenly, all Corinne Beckwith wanted was to get away, as far away as she could. Kim sat through the first hour of classes, barely hearing a word that Sister Clarence said. She continually glanced out the window, hoping to see Jared coming across the square toward the school. But by the time the class was half over, she knew he wasn't coming. She was washing her hands in the girls' restroom when she heard her name. Kimmy. Kimmy. Jumping, she glanced in the mirror, and there he was, Jared. She whirled around. The girl's room was empty. She was alone.
Kimmy,
She whirled around again, but this time the mirror was empty.
Kimmy, help me. Jared? Oh, God, Jared, what's happening to us?
A moment later, she heard him calling to her again, but now his voice seemed to be coming from beyond the room. Kim stumbled out of the bathroom. The hallway outside was empty. Still, she heard Jared's voice calling out to her. She followed the voice, moving down the corridor, then turning into another, then up some stairs, down another corridor. Then at last she came to a closed door. She stood paralyzed with certainty that she knew what lay beyond. The obscene cathedral, where she had witnessed all the worst horrors of her nightmares. Then she heard Jared's voice once more.
Kim!
Steeling herself, Kim pulled the door open. Not the cathedral. The biology lab, with zinc-topped work tables laid out in neat rows, each of them equipped with a sink, and on the walls shelf after shelf of specimens floating in sealed jars. As she stared at the jars, she saw that they were filled with blood, and in every one of them was some fragment of Molly's body. A little foot in one, a leg in another. Another jar held a hand. In the largest jar was her baby sister's head. Molly's eyes were wide open, and as Kim looked into Molly's twisted face, she felt every bit of pain Molly must have felt as... Screaming, Kim cut off the thought, unable to bear it. But no matter where she turned, there were more jars, and still more jars, and from every one of them Molly stared at her. Kim kept screaming, and finally she collapsed to the floor.
No. Oh, no. Please, no.
Janet woke slowly, luxuriating in the sunlight streaming through the window. Her reverie was interrupted by the faint sound of the clock tolling the hour in the living room below her. When it reached 7, she threw back the sheet. If she didn't hurry, she wouldn't have time to fix breakfast for Jared and Kim. The clock struck twice more. 9. But it couldn't be. She never slept past 7. A glance at the clock by her bedside confirmed how much she had overslept. Why hadn't anyone awakened her? Why hadn't... And then she knew. Ted had known how tired she was. This morning he had obviously decided to let her sleep in. She went to the nursery, half expecting to find her youngest daughter playing in her crib. But Molly was gone. She moved out onto the landing, and instantly knew that something was wrong. She peered down into the yawning entry hall as she moved toward the top of the stairs. Was it something about the light? A slight haziness was hanging over everything. Then, when she started down the stairs, she felt it. There was a chill in the air. By the time she reached the first floor, gooseflesh was creeping over her skin. She paused at the bottom of the stairs. The haze had thickened, and the atmosphere seemed heavy. Fumes of some kind? That must be it. Ted must be painting or cleaning something, or... Molly. Where was Molly? If she were breathing these fumes... Janet quickened her step, hurrying toward the kitchen. Then something caught her eye, and turning, she stared at the mural on the wall. The marble tile of the terrace she had so carefully textured looked old and stained. The balustrade appeared chipped and battered. And beyond the balustrade, the garden she'd created had died. The leaves were gone, with only bare limbs and twigs remaining. The sky was tinged with green, as if a terrible storm was about to break. It wasn't possible, she thought. No one could have repainted the whole wall during the few hours she'd been asleep. She must still be asleep. And this was a nightmare. But she didn't awaken. Instead, the mural itself seemed to come to life. The clouds in the sky darkened, and then the branches of the trees began to move, bending forward, reaching. Then, talons appeared at the ends of the twigs, and as one of the branches lashed toward her, Janet reflexively turned away, stumbling toward the kitchen. Then she heard it, a soft cry, muffled, almost inaudible. She stopped short, one hand on the kitchen door, listening. It came again. A baby? Molly? Pushing the door open, she strode into the kitchen, her eyes going to Molly's playpen. Empty. Her mind raced. The car was outside, so Ted hadn't gone somewhere and taken Molly with him. Where was she? Where was he? The carriage house. No. The cry she had heard had come from somewhere inside the house. Turning away from the back door, she went back to the dining room. The sound she heard this time was so low, it was almost inaudible. Janet held her breath. There. A low, throbbing sound. So low it could have come from the floor itself, up through her feet and body. The basement. It was coming from the basement. As she pulled the door to the basement open, she heard the muffled cry of the baby again. But it was much clearer now. She groped for the light switch, flipped it. "Molly?" No answer. "Molly?" Then, "Ted, are you down there?" There was still no answer, and she started down the steep flight of stairs. As she did, the cold deepened, its icy grip closing around her. In the thick haze, the glare of the naked bulb that lit the stairs was muted to a pallid silver glow. The throbbing sound was louder with every step she took, but so also was the sound of the crying baby. Nor was there any longer any question that the bawling child was Molly. Janet came at last to the bottom of the stairs and the closed door to Jared's room. The doorknob was so cold it numbed her fingers, and when she tried to turn it, she thought at first that it might be locked. As the knob turned, the light above her blinked out. Janet froze in the darkness. Then once again Molly cried out. This time her voice was filled with terror. Janet pressed against the door. It opened a crack, and a flickering light crept through. Janet pushed the door harder, and it swung open. As she saw what lay beyond, terror gripped Janet. She began to scream, and scream, and scream. Kim. The sound of her name was so faint that at first Kim barely heard it. But then she heard it again. Kim. Then, as the cry came a third time, it seemed suddenly sharper. Kim? Can you hear me? Hands gently shook her. She opened her eyes and looked up. 3 faces loomed above her. Sister Clarence, Father Bernard, and Father McNeil. But where was she? She tried to sit up, but Sister Clarence's hand held her back. It's all right, Kim. Don't try to get up. Just try to tell us what happened. Jared. He needs me. He's... But then her mind began to clear. Molly. She pressed her hands against her eyes. They cut her up and put her in jars and... She felt Sister Clarence's arms go around her. It's all right, Kim. We're here. Just try to tell us what you saw. She instinctively clutched at the tiny cross Aunt Cora had given her. What is it? What's happening? Just tell us, Father McNeil told her. Don't worry if none of it makes sense. Kim's voice choked. I can't. It's... I know, Father McNeil said. But no matter how terrible it seems to you, you can tell us. You can trust us. Slowly, Kim began relating all the nightmares she had had since she and her family moved into the old house. And then, I thought, oh God, I thought Jared and my father were killing my baby sister. I was in the biology lab and I saw Molly. She was all cut up. Jars of... She gazed beseechingly at the priest. What is it, Father? What is it? Father McNeil's hand covered Kim's as she clutched the cross. Where did this come from? Kim frowned. My aunt Cora gave it to me just before she died. The priest nodded. And there's another one, isn't there? Kim nodded. It was for Molly. My mother took it. I want you to think carefully, he said. Did your mother put the cross on Molly? Kim shook her head. She said she'd keep it until Molly got older. But it's in the house, Father McNeil pressed. Kim nodded. It's probably in Mom's jewelry box. And just now, you heard Jared calling you? Kim nodded. But it wasn't really him, was it? I mean, wasn't it Sister Clarence who was calling my name trying to wake me up? The priest looked straight into her eyes. I'm going to tell you something. You have to be strong, Kim. Can you do that? Kim hesitated, then forced herself to nod. They weren't dreams, Kim, Father McNeil said. None of it. Everything you saw, everything you thought you dreamed, really happened. All of it. Janet's last scream hung in the air, fading away only to build once again, as if somehow the vast chamber into which she'd stumbled were amplifying it and re-amplifying it. A nightmare? But she was awake. She knew she was awake. Jared's room had vanished, but what had taken its place couldn't exist. As the door had swung open, she'd seen it. A space so vast it seemed to go on forever. But what had made her scream was the altar that loomed in the distance, dominating the entire space. Bones. The whole thing was made of human bones, thousands of them. The altar was covered with flickering candles. On the altar lay the desiccated remains of a hand. A human hand. A right hand. Its nails split with age, its rotted skin falling away, its forefinger curled as if beckoning to her. She knew where it had come from. The desecrated tomb of George Conway. Janet forced herself to look away, only to be faced with the severed right forepaw of Scout. Next to it lay the foot of another animal. Nauseated, she tore her eyes from the grisly objects, only to face an even more horrifying vision. Above the altar, floating unsupported, was an inverted cross. From the cross was suspended a figure, held to it with a single spike piercing both feet, its head dangling down. 2 more spikes pierced the figure's wrists, pinning them to the transverse of the cross. A great gash was torn in the figure's right side, and blood oozed from the wound. Blood and maggots. At last her eyes fastened on the figure's face, and her screams built, for it was her own features she beheld above the altar, twisted in anguish. She tried to take a step forward, collapsed to her knees, and screamed again. Drugs. That was it. Somehow she had to have been drugged. But even that made no sense. She had eaten nothing, drunk nothing. Then how? But 2 new figures appeared. Although their backs were toward her, she recognized them immediately, her husband and her son. Together they placed a bundle on the altar, something wrapped in some kind of animal skin, a skin covered with golden fur. Then, even before realizing what the skin must be, she knew with terrible certainty what was inside it. "Molly!" Janet raced toward the grotesque altar. From out of nowhere, a terrible peal of laughter rolled over her, and both Ted and Jared turned to gaze at her. Ted raised his finger to point at her, and she felt a stab of heat lash into her. Still she lurched toward the altar, her arm outstretched. "Molly! Molly! Molly! Molly!" The howls of mocking laughter swelled. Then, when she was still 10 yards from the altar, Ted spoke. "Stop her!" Jared, a glittering dagger clutched in his right hand, started toward his mother. Father McNeil took Kim's hands in his and looked deep into her eyes. As they stood in front of the house, the girl's determination was overcoming the paralyzing panic that had overpowered her. "You can do it, Kimberly. Just remember, your aunt was right. The cross will protect you. You're going to see more frightening things, but as long as you wear the cross, you will be safe. Do you understand that?" Kim hesitated only a second before nodding. "Safe," she whispered to herself. "But what if the chain broke? What if the cross fell away and—" "Kim. Kim." Jared's voice again, but it sounded weaker. Leaving the 2 priests on the sidewalk, she started toward the house. "We can't let her go in there by herself," Father Bernard said. Father McNeil said nothing until Kim mounted the steps to the porch. "We don't have a choice. Neither you nor I could even cross the threshold. We don't have the strength." As Kimberly Conway slowly opened the front door, stepped through it, then closed it behind her, the 2 priests began to pray. The sound of the door closing behind Kim had a terrible finality to it. She stood perfectly still. Every instinct within Kim told her to leave, but she started toward the stairs. A rat, coming out of nowhere, darted toward her. Kim reflexively flinched backward. "Not real." The words rose in her mind as her right hand clutched the cross around her neck. The rat vanished. Steeling herself, Kim continued toward the stairs. But even as she set foot on the first tread, the staircase itself came alive with snakes. Kim's fingers tightened on the cross, and she took a second step, then a third. The serpents parted before her. As she came to the landing, a high-pitched shriek rent the silence of the house, and Kim whirled around, but saw nothing. Another shriek, once again behind her. She spun around again, but again saw nothing. Now the shrieking built to a howl, and Kim covered her ears, bolting up the flight to the mezzanine. A moment later she stood in front of the door to her parents' room. She pushed the door open. The corpse, naked, hung from the chandelier. A thick rope knotted around its neck. The mouth hung open, the tongue lolled out. The empty, dead eyes fixed on Kim. It was her mother. Once again a scream boiled up in Kim's throat. Once again the voice inside spoke as her fingers tightened on her cross.
Not real.
Kim turned away from the specter hanging from the chandelier and went to the small dresser on which her mother's jewelry box sat. Opening the lid, she began searching. The second gold cross glittered brightly. As Kim lifted it out, a scream of agony erupted behind her. She whirled around to see her mother's corpse twitching. Both hands were stretched toward Kim as greedy fingers tried to snatch away the cross.
No,
Kim breathed.
Never.
The cross clutched tightly in her right hand. She returned to the bedroom door and paused, listening. Through the door's thick panels she could hear something. She opened the door a crack, and instantly the sound threatened to deafen her. Wasps. Millions of them, swirling in a cloud. All her instincts told her to cower in the bedroom until the stinging horde was gone. But once again she forced her instincts aside and threw the door wide. The wasps swirled around her head. Kim pounded down the stairs, then through the doors into the dining room. She slammed the doors closed. Instantly the droning of the insects died away. As she moved toward the door to the basement stairs, she tried not to even glance at her mother's mural, terrified of what she might now see there. But her eyes were drawn to it, and she gazed into a blazing inferno beyond the French doors. Flames were everywhere. Burning figures whirled and spun across the fiery lawn. Kim felt an unbearable hopelessness pervade her. Then a longing seized her, a terrible longing to banish the cold that had enveloped her the moment she'd entered the house. All she had to do was step through the French doors, and she would be warmed by the fires. The fires of hell. She took a step toward the doors. They opened of their own volition, as if to welcome her. Another step, then another. Only one more, and, seizing control of herself, Kim turned away from the flaming eternity beyond the doors and moved instead to the door that led to the basement. The cross clutched in her hand, she began descending the stairs. Janet felt the tip of the dagger at her throat, but even the threat of its plunging deep into her neck would not have stopped her. But it was as if some alien force had wrested control from her, compelling her to stand where she was and watch. Ted had opened the skin of the dog, unwrapping Molly, who now lay naked upon the altar. Molly, too, made no move to escape, but she was crying, and Janet could hear her terror. Ted had lain her on her back, and she looked utterly helpless. Her eyes were fastened on the image on the cross, Janet's own image, and Janet was certain Molly thought that what she was seeing was real.
Stop! For the love of God, Ted, what are you doing?
Ted turned to face her. Though she still recognized him, his handsome features were bloated, his skin blotched and mottled. Sores and pustules were erupting on every part of him, and as he turned to her, his robe fell open. His skin was rippling strangely, and then swarms of maggots began to break through his skin, wriggling free, dropping off him to creep across the floor toward her. She sobbed, and with every cry that emerged from her throat, a hideous peal of cruel laughter boiled from her husband's. His glittering eyes flicked toward her as the knife in Jared's hand moved. Janet felt the point slip through her skin.
"Wait,"
Ted commanded. Jared froze. The knife stayed quivering, its point still in her flesh.
"Molly. Molly first, then your mother."
No, Janet whispered. Oh, please.
The point of the knife withdrew as Jared moved away from her, but still Janet could do nothing to save her youngest child. As she watched helplessly, Jared approached the altar until he stood above Molly, the dagger poised above her.
Do it, Jared. You know you have to. Serve your master, Jared. Serve him as I promised you would.
An explosion of pure rage erupted from Janet.
What? What master? What did you promise? Tell me what you did.
Ted's glittering eyes fixed on her.
I did what I had to do. I did what I needed to do for me and for you, too.
Janet gazed at him, her mind reeling, trying to grasp what he was saying. Yet deep inside, she knew what Ted had done. He had given up his soul. And his son's soul, too. Not his son, their son. No, you can't do it. You can't give Jared away. He's not yours, Ted.
Isn't he? Watch him, just watch him. He'll do exactly as he's told.
He turned away from Janet and raised his arms. Before her, the inverted cross disappeared. In its place, a visage of pure evil materialized, a face with features torn from a nightmare. The eyes, sunk deep within suppurating sockets, glittered in the hard, cold light. They were fixed on Janet, and she could feel them boring into her, looking for what? Weakness.
What do you want?
Though the question was spoken silently, Janet could hear the menacing yet somehow seductive voice clearly.
You can have it. You can have anything you want.
Now the image began to change, the vile face softening until she was looking at Ted. But not Ted the way he was. Ted the way he'd been many years ago. Except even that wasn't true. The Ted she now beheld hovering above the altar wasn't Ted as he'd ever been. He was the Ted she had always dreamed of, perfect in every way, his features handsome and even, his eyes clear, everything about him idealized.
You want it, Janet. You know you want it. Just give yourself to me, Janet. Open yourself. Let me in. Let me possess you. Let me...
Suddenly, a single word resounded through the vast cathedral.
No!
For a moment, Janet had no idea where the sound had come from. But then she heard it again, from behind her. She twisted around. She saw her elder daughter coming toward her. Kim's face was ashen, her eyes wide with terror and wonder. Her right hand was clutching the cross that hung from a golden chain around her neck. Her left arm was extended before her, and from her fingers hung the second cross. As Kim drew near, Janet reached out to take the cross, but Kim passed by her, her eyes never wavering from the image above the altar. Kim was gazing at it. Then, as Janet watched, the visage of a perfect Ted changed again, mutating into something with eyes that glittered with hatred. The soft skin turned red and scaly, and Ted's full lips thinned and hardened into the mouth of a reptile. The mouth opened, and a two-headed serpent shot out, each of the serpents writhing individually, each of their maws gaping wide to exhibit venom-dripping fangs. Janet cowered back from the terrible being. Kim, though, walked steadily forward. Jared and Ted both stood before the altar now, the image of their god looming above them. The dagger vibrated in Jared's right hand, a few inches above Molly's naked breast, and Ted's voice echoed through the chamber.
Do it,
he commanded once more.
Do it now!
Jared's hand moved, and the dagger's point touched Molly's skin.
Do it! Make your sacrifice!
Not real.
Kim repeated the words over and over again as she moved toward the altar. She tried not to look at the terrifying being.
Not real,
she told herself again. But this time she knew it was real, that what she was seeing was the very source of evil itself. She could still hear Jared's voice calling to her, but it was weaker now. She was close enough to feel his mind, and she could sense him weakening. She moved closer, and now the evil image itself was screaming, bellowing in rage until she was next to Jared, standing before the altar, gazing into her brother's face. The tip of the dagger still rested on Molly's breast.
"Do it, damn you,"
she heard her father command, and saw Jared's knuckles turn white as his fingers tightened on the dagger. He raised it, ready to plunge it into his little sister's chest. Kim reached out and dropped the chain over Jared's head. The cross fell to his chest. In the instant the cross touched him, Jared's face contorted with rage, and he lifted the dagger higher. His mouth opened, and a screech of fury burst from his throat. A moment later, the dagger flashed downward and plunged to the hilt into Ted Conway's chest. Ted staggered, then sank to his knees. Jared, the dagger still clutched in his hand, pulled it loose. Ted gazed up at Jared, his eyes filled with shock. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but Jared thrust the dagger into his father's gaping face, ramming it through the roof of his father's mouth. His life already ended, blood still gurgling from his wounds. Ted crumpled to the floor in front of the altar.
"Get Molly,"
Jared whispered.
"Get Mom! Get out, for God's sake, get out!"
Lifting Molly off the altar, Kim turned and ran up the aisle, calling out to her mother to follow her. A moment later they burst through the doors and back into the darkness of the staircase. As the terrible nightmare released her from its grip, Janet stopped short. I don't understand. What? But Kim, still carrying Molly, pushed her up the stairs.
"Get out! Jared says we have to get out, now!"
Something in her daughter's voice penetrated the confusion that surrounded Janet, and taking Molly from Kim's arms, she stumbled up the stairs, through the dining room and entry hall, and out onto the front porch. The sun was shining brightly. Janet was back in the perfect day to which she had awakened. The vast space around Jared filled with a cacophony of rage. The dagger forgotten, he reflexively clamped his hands over his ears to shut out the anguished shrieks of the damned souls whose wailing agonies resounded around him. The knife had fallen only a fraction of an inch from Ted's lifeless hand. As Jared turned away from the altar, his foot touched the haft, and it swung around, brushing against the fingers of his victim. As metal touched flesh, the finger twitched. Then Ted's fingers closed on the dagger. A guttural sound spewed from Ted's throat, and he sat up, then staggered to his feet. His eyes burned into the retreating back of his son with such intensity that Jared turned back.
"No, not this way."
Ted took a lurching step toward Jared.
"This isn't how it ends."
He reached out, beseeching Jared.
"Not like this."
Jared took a step forward, ready to take his father's outstretched hand. But a second before their fingers touched, an image rose out of his subconscious. Night, asleep in his room, then awake, uncertain what had called him out of sleep. A voice, his father's, calling to him. Rising from his bed, following his father's voice down the stairs through the dining room, then down into the basement. A door. He opened it. Beyond the door, a heavy mist. But through the mist, he'd seen his father reaching out.
"Help me, Jared,"
he'd heard his father say.
"I need you to help me."
He moved forward, and his father's hand, icy cold, closed on his. And in that moment, a terrible feeling of desolation fell over Jared. He felt lost, abandoned. Fear entered his soul, a terror of what his father was about to do, but he had no power to resist. His father led him through the fog, and they came at last to a golden jeweled altar. Above the altar, he had seen an inverted cross, and in front of the cross hung a visage of pure evil. Jared felt his soul shriveling. He tried to turn away, but the eyes of the image held him. The eyes were hungry, and Jared knew what it was the evil image craved. And he knew he was lost.
"You are my son, and my firstborn,"
he heard his father say.
"You will obey me."
Unable to resist his father, Jared gazed upon the face of evil.
"I give you my son,"
Jared heard his father say. The face of evil smiled, and then Jared heard another voice, which penetrated into the deepest part of his mind and soul. You belong to me, Jared. Your father has given you to me, and now you are mine. Jared nodded. You will serve me and only me. You will build me a cathedral and bring me others. You will feed me. You will worship me. You will destroy my enemies. The voice whispered on, instructing Jared in the depravities he would commit. And then Jared had returned to his bed, to his sleep. When he woke again, he knew it was not a dream, and that very day he went to the basement and began doing everything the voice of evil had instructed him to do. Powerless to resist, he called out to Kim, begging her to help him, and several times she'd come. She had seen what was happening, seen what he was doing, but she hadn't understood, hadn't helped him. Until today. Jared's hand was only a fraction of an inch from his father's reach when he pulled it away, and instead of his fingers closing on his father's, they closed instead on the gold cross his sister had hung around his neck. He felt his soul expanding within him. As the grip of evil lost its strength, the intensity of the howls that filled the cathedral grew, but it was no longer the lost souls of hell crying out. Rather, it was evil itself, raging at the escape of its victim. Jared's eyes rose once more to the evil image floating, then returned to his father. You gave me to him. You gave your own son to the devil. Stepping past his father, Jared swept the candles from the altar. In an instant, flames spread through the profane cathedral, and once more the voice of evil screamed with rage. Jared ignored it, turning away to stride to the door. No! His father screamed. No! Jared turned to look at him one last time. The flames were everywhere now, and his father, his wounds streaming with blood, was spinning among them, turning first one way, then another, searching for an escape. But there was no escape. There would never be an escape. Jared, his lips forming the first words of a prayer he hadn't uttered since he entered this house, turned and walked through the doors. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Still praying, Jared Conway walked to the front door. He could feel the house throbbing with the evil it contained, and he felt it reaching out to him, still trying to snare him. He opened the front door and stepped out onto the broad porch. As he pulled the door closed behind him, he thought he heard his father's voice calling out to him one last time. This time, he didn't listen. As he stepped off the porch and started across the lawn toward his mother and sisters, the house burst into flames. They were flames, Jared knew, that could never be completely put out. Standing with his arms around his mother and sisters, he watched the fire for a long time. But at last, as the frame of the house gave way and the structure collapsed into the conflagration, he turned away. For him, it was finally over.
Other titles by John Saul available on audio from Random House are The Presence, The Blackstone Chronicles, Black Lightning, and Guardian, read by Lee Merriweather, and The Homing, read by Cynthia Harris. This has been a Random House Audiobooks presentation. Production copyright 1999, Random House, Inc., all rights reserved.